See myself in the floating home. See the light come over me. See myself in the floating rain. I watch hope come over me. Here we are in the pouring home. I watch the light man for the cone. I watch the light move across the screen. I watch the light come over me. Here we are now going to the east side. I pick up my friends and we start to ride. Ride all night, yeah, we ride all day. The sun may come on, the sun may stay. Here we are now going to the side. Weapons in hand as we go for a ride. The sun may come on, the sun may stay. Watching out for the sunny day.
Hey guys, welcome to Please Rewind Live, Episode 7. I'm going to be talking about maybe my favorite genre in film. Well, it's up there with science fiction. Horror movies, celebrating October coming up in the month of Halloween. I will be joined here by my friend Madcap from Madcap Productions, who has a YouTube channel and all that. And we're going to be breaking down essentially what we feel about horror in the modern day and some of our favorite horror movies and the genre in general like that. So Madcap, thank you for joining me here on Please Rewind Live, the horror edition.
Glad to be here. Hello. Hello, everybody. It's time to get the party started, man.
I know you're the first I think sub of mine fan that I've had on one of my shows, I think, this whole time. So there's hope for you guys out there if you've been clinging on to ride my coattails or to get me, then here you go. You have a chance. You just have to be as good looking and charismatic as Madcap. So the bar's been set. You just have to reach this level.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. This is a good opportunity to connect with you. And yeah, before it was earlier this summer, we were initially going to do a Please Rewind on just talking about Harry Potter because I had my Harry Potter high going on. I was watching all 8 movies while we were all held under quarantine, but you got hit with a copyright that led to a lengthy ban period, which was unfortunate because by that time when you finally just started live streaming, I kind of just got over Harry Potter for now.
Yeah, that might be in the future.
Yeah, definitely in the future.
Yeah, the original Please Rewind Live 06 was going to be Harry Potter, and then I got the copyright strike like the week of. And so for like 3 months, I couldn't do a live stream. So that's basically why I didn't live stream for months, was the copyright strike. But Please Rewind Live is now back. It started with The Boys Season 2, which was the first live stream I was able to do for months. And the Beef Stew podcast is back. So yeah, now we're on to horror movies. So I'm very happy about this. Me and Madcap, who has been following the channel, I think for a few years now, probably since 2016 or something like that. I imagine since I think the Alien video. Uh,
2017, actually. Yeah. My first hook to your channel was with your Why Alien Covenant Sucks, or I'm Done with the Alien franchise.
yeah.
That one.
Well, I'm done with the
Yeah.
Alien franchise.
Yeah, and at the same time, I was also going through an Alien hype because despite Alien Covenant, which sucks, got me more appreciative towards the whole franchise, especially with the first movie. So yeah, your your video with Alien Covenant was like my hook to your channel, and yeah, I watch a couple of your videos, especially your Batman '89 doesn't hold up, your 3 hour chat with your friend Dan, and yeah, there was kind of a bit of a break in viewing your channel until when you know the film that should not be named, The Last Jedi, came out, and you had your pretty spot on definitive spoiler review on it, and yeah, with Box Office Addict, my first exposure to that was definitely like the Maze Runner one, where I was slowly start to participate in your channel, and I really like the model with Box Office Addict because yeah, I will say to everybody on the chat, I am a Box Office Addict myself, and yeah, just that whole format with your show where not only it's just like yeah, just somebody making a live stream just talking about movies and stuff. It's a full excuse me, participatory like experience for everybody on the chat where you can just shoot questions, and yeah, I threw mine many times in your podcast, and yeah, uh, we have hit each other through Twitter on intense DMs, and yeah, very excited to be here.
Me too, man. Yeah, it started on Twitter, I think, maybe during lockdown, somewhere like that. I can't. It was sometime early this year. We started DMing each other more frequently instead of casually, and then we started really getting into hours-long conversations about things, and we hadn't really talked to each other much in an audible way like today. But even before we started recording here, we were talking about Star Wars for like an hour and a
Yeah,
half. That was a really fun conversation, and I was very glad that the chemistry carried over to talking here instead of, it's different talking to somebody in a chat back and forth than it is talking to somebody like this. Sometimes something that works, and especially chat, you don't always get context with words.
hmm
Sometimes I could tell we get a little confused with each other on Twitter. Wow, Slav's been here since the patriarchy videos. That's impressive. Jester Sketchbook, I love your reviews. Well, thank you. I love you too. So for October, I thought for Please Rewind Live, I might as well do something because I have something special planned for October for you guys, but I don't want to reveal that yet. I want that to be a surprise. Madcap knows a little bit about it, but there's a big event sort of thing being planned for that. We're going to talk about horror movies because we spend a lot of our time discussing the films of Christopher Nolan and James Cameron and Spielberg and that, but we also spend a lot of our time talking about John Carpenter and Wes Craven and all sorts of genre stuff like that. And I thought it'd be fun if you and I talked about some horror movies that we like, and we also talked about the perception of the genre, especially how it's viewed in the modern day. So I have a topic here to start with. So modern horror movies, are they overrated? Because there's a trend with, I would say, that started in the last 6 or 7 years, where if you don't know the history of horror, essentially, it was not a well-reviewed genre. It's not that there wasn't critically acclaimed horror films. There was always like a Rosemary's Baby or something like that. But typically it wasn't very respected. There was sort of a snobbery towards the genre and the culture around it. In particular, like a Siskel and Ebert or a Pauline Kael, they gave several great horror films just terrible reviews. They said, don't let your kids watch it. It's bad for you. It's trash. A movie like The Thing, John Carpenter's 1982 masterpiece, was just ripped apart by critics upon release. Now everyone thinks it's a classic. The Shining got bad reviews when it first came out. The Shining was nominated for Razzies. Stanley Kubrick was nominated for Worst Director for The Shining, and now that's considered one of
Yeah.
the greatest films of all time. So the last 6 or 7 years, there's been this reappraisal where now everyone respects horror and the culture around it, even though geek culture has been attacked the last few years as toxic fandom we keep hearing about. But all of us who loved horror movies our whole lives, now the genre is finally respected. And every time somebody comes out with Mommy Dearest is fantastic, great pool, Daniel. But now when somebody pulls out, now every time an independent filmmaker makes some low budget horror film that's halfway decent, it gets 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, and they all say it's one of the greatest horror films of all time. And then I always go to the theater to see this movie excited, and I think it's either okay or I think it's shit. And I feel like there's something very disingenuous about what these film critics are doing, and we'll mention a few of these movies and go into them. But my main point here is that I think that these film critics are trying to make up for the fact, and a lot of them are critics from websites who are into slasher films. They're trying to make up for the fact of years of being wrong, because that's what critics do most of their time. They're wrong, and then they spend the rest of their career trying to make up for that or make excuses for that. Pauline Kael comes to mind. She was wrong about so much shit, and people cared about what she had to say. And now at the day of the internet or YouTube like this, we can all say what we want about anything. So it's like there's no longer that separation between the film critic and the viewer. We're all critics, which we all always were critics to begin with. But I feel like they're praising these films to act like they're in it, they understand, they were always part of it. And yet the films that they always say are great, like comedies that are critically acclaimed, what's the goal of a comedy? Well, it's to be funny. What's the goal of a horror movie? I would say to be scary. So they praise these films that aren't really scary, and then you'll see a good movie that's scary but gets bad reviews, or a funny movie that gets bad reviews, but they'll praise a movie like Trainwreck, which isn't funny. So I don't
No,
know.
it's not.
So Madcap, what do you think about this? Do you think these critics, what do you think are their motivation behind giving all of these modern day horror films? Like, we'll just name a few off here, but we'll talk about the films in a minute here. But like The Babadook, It Follows, The Witch, The Conjuring. I mean, these movies all get like 9 out of 10s. They're all or 4-star reviews, or and critics do it with stuff like The Last Jedi. I agree, but with horror movies, what do you think the motivation behind that is? Do you think it's a lack of understanding of the genre, or do you think it's trying to act like they're in with people who are in the genre or something? If that makes any sense. Hereditary, yes.
Well, I think I would say critics, well, they would be well studied with whatever genre they tackle. And I do feel like with a lot of modern horror films, like a Hereditary or an It Follows, it's just like, yeah, there was a period where a lot of the horror films from the 70s all the way to the 80s were dismissed because of certain subjects that um, critics weren't really comfortable with. But at a surface level, like The Thing was like criticized by Roger Ebert as being like this barf bag of a movie where there was like a lot more. There's a lot more going on than just like the gore, because McCree is a great protagonist. There's many. There are some good, compelling characters in The Thing. The craftsman is so sophisticated. There's a lot of good filmmaking. The themes are pretty well executed with good nuances here and there. And I feel like with a lot of like movies like what we have seen in the modern day, it just comes across like a lot of critics are just like they're putting all this stock in praise just so they could like appeal to. Um, I wouldn't say I wouldn't really use the term normie, but they're really trying to appeal to like the horror fan base in a way where uh, they would just they would just give these appraisals without really like digging deeper into um, like the storytelling aspect of these movies. Because I mean, I don't really want to be on anyone's bad side if you like these movies. Like, I wasn't really a huge fan of Hereditary. Like, it's competently made, it's well shot. I think some of the acting is okay, while some of it's almost cringe, especially on Tony Collette's part. Well, oh, I may have crossed the bar there, but yeah. I feel like the film had like a lot of like weird contrivances, and you do have like the central idea about this family who they have like this um, they have this backstory that goes back to generations where it's like a pretty fucked up like there's like a pretty fucked up backstory behind it, but they wanted it to be like this very theological horror film, which kind of like holds it back from being like a good, well told horror film with like good characters. Like, well, not every character in a horror film has to be like of goodwill, but like actually well written characters or like a good story. So I do feel like a lot of critics are just like, they're just like jumping on the hype instead of just like looking at it under like some scrutiny, because they would give these praises to these horror films, but then like as years go by, after you do go out and have your way and watch them, they don't really hold up on on a on close analysis. So it just feels like they're just like a lot of critics nowadays are just like pandering um, to the horror fan base of audiences, and it's just they're not really coming across as like like highlighting certain problems you would have with the films, but just giving this overwhelming appraisal.
I think the thing with the hype that you mentioned, that it's hype culture, is what it ties into, and a lot of it is that as soon as one of these movies, and we see this with a lot of films, this happens with a lot of independent films or foreign films. Blue is the warmest color comes to mind. A film gets hype from some festival or circuit, and then they all jump on the bandwagon that this is the new thing and everyone's going to love it. And typically, if you look at a lot of these films, like It Follows or The Babadook or The Witch, they didn't do well at the box office, and they all got like C plus cinema scores. Audiences didn't respond to these movies most of the time. And I watch them and I don't dig them either. And then, but the critics are like, these are great. So then they don't even really understand. I mean, the one that hit me years ago, the first one that I noticed, even though this movie was a big hit, was Paranormal Activity. That was the one that really took me aback, where there was all this stuff going around that this is one of the scariest movies ever made. This is the modern day Blair Witch. And I went to the theater. It's a packed theater. Everybody was quiet and scared. And it's this movie with terrible fucking acting. It's horribly directed. All of the dialogue and everything is shit. Everything that you think is going to be fun and interesting about the movie's awful. And somehow this $15,000 movie that I could have made, you could have made, anyone I know could have made this goddamn movie, made like $200 million and spawned a franchise, all based off hype. That's all it was. That was the whole illusion of that movie. And now the years are going on, it's like Paranormal Activity didn't even exist. It's like it wasn't even a franchise. We moved on from it. But that was that time. But now there's this thing with the art house horror film, which has been really bothering me. So let's start with It Follows, because I just rewatched It Follows a few days ago. I think Wednesday or Tuesday or something like that. I watched it in Sleepaway Camp. David Robert Mitchell. This film has 97% on Rotten Tomatoes. I had been reading about it, and the premise was so badass to me. Like, girl has sex with a guy, and then this creature follows you that looks like people, and it just keeps following you. And everyone was comparing it to Wes Craven, and they kept saying it was like Nightmare on Elm Street, or like it was like a John Carpenter movie, and I kept hearing like David Lynch. And for about the first 20 minutes, I actually think It Follows is pretty decent the first time you see it. In particular, the scene where she wakes up in the wheelchair and the guy first tells her what's going on and explains the mythology to her. And she's like, I just want you to see it. And then the scene with the old lady and the scene in the house. Then about halfway into the movie, they go to stay at a cabin at the Chad's house, the guy that all the girls want to fuck in the movie. And all the girls keep staring at him, and he's a total douchebag. And they go stay at this cabin, and she's laying out on the beach, and they're like, hey, you can get miles away from this thing and have time away from it. And then the thing grabs her and moves her hair up in the air, and I was like, well, that doesn't make sense to me. That means everybody can see this thing, so they'd be able to prove this is real to, like, scientists and police officers and stuff. I know people are like, why are you asking those questions? Because to me, it felt established that the creature was only seen and interacting with people. That, that it's so scary early on when they go to see the movie and the guy says, that girl in the yellow dress, and she's like, I don't see anyone, and you see just an empty doorway. That's creepy, because it's subtle. There's nothing to it. It's just complete subtlety and filmmaking. But then I don't think it's subtle to see her hair get moved up by like some crappy invisible special effect. And then they run into the shed and the creature busts a hole through the shed, and then some like demon boy's head comes through like you're watching a different kind of movie. Like it feels like you're watching a demon movie or something. And then so
You're
now
like watching Ju-on.
yeah, like you're watching Ju-on, and clearly now everybody can see that this thing's fucking real. And the Chad guy's like, "Hey, nothing's out here." And it's like he's like, "What did you guys do to the door?" Because he's a fucking idiot apparently. It's like, dude, what the fuck? You just saw this fucking thing. So then she runs and gets in the car and drives off and wrecks into the cornfield. And then she's in the hospital. And at this, when I first saw the movie and she wrecked in the cornfield, I was so tense. I'm like, oh my god, she's gonna wake up and this thing's gonna follow her through a cornfield. What a great idea! And then she wakes up in the hospital and her and the Chad guy fuck because he just wants to fuck her because he doesn't believe in this thing, so he doesn't think anything's gonna happen, even though everyone keeps telling him we saw something. But fuck it, he's a Chad. So they fuck in a very weird scene. It's like, is everyone still in the room? And there's that girl that's been reading stuff on the seashell. That stupid fucking thing where she's reading like Dostoevsky.
Yeah, it's like a palm reader of sorts.
Yeah, and I don't know what decade it's supposed to be. I don't know if it's the 80s. And then there's the soy boy beta cut character who's just like, please fuck me. Please. God damn it. But no, she's going to fuck the Chad. Most realistic scene in the movie, really. And so then at that point, I'm getting out of the movie. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is already falling apart. So then we have like a few sequences where it's like Chad guys hanging out at the school. And it's like, is he fucking these girls and spreading it around? So that's why he's not getting attacked by the thing, because he keeps telling her, I'm not seeing it. So then we get this strange scene where she sees him break into his own house, but it's the creature, it's the it that's following them. And then it turns into his mother and like fucks him to death in this really over-the-top scene that I guess is supposed to be shocking, but I find it to be goofy and completely undermines the subtlety of the scares before that point, which were creepy that this thing just followed you and you didn't know what it was. But now it turns into a demon fucking monster that looks like your mother. So then, hey, guess what? It's following her again. So then they have this Scooby-Doo-like plan where they go to a pool and they're going to, like, electrocute the thing, I guess is what the plan is. And so at this point, the thing is throwing objects at her in the pool. It also looks like her father at one point, and there's pictures in the background. Because the movie does this thing in the second half because he's trying to be artsy, where she's like, goes out to this water where these guys are on a boat, and then it cuts away. So you're like, oh, I guess she fucked those guys, but we don't see it. And then it's like, oh, yeah, there's pictures of her father. It's her father at the end. Did her father molest her? And I thought at the end she would like tell something like that, but nope, that's not explained either. It's just there because it's up to interpretation. And then they have this whole pool plan. They shoot the thing in the head, and you start seeing blood in the water. Well, she sees the blood in the water, which is maybe the coolest shot in the movie. Honestly, is the blood in the water. Then at the end, she fucks the soy boy beta cut guy. Which, one thing I liked about the movie when I first saw it is that I thought she wasn't having sex with people for moral reasons because she didn't want to put the curse to other people. But then halfway in the movie, they just throw that out the fucking window and she just starts being a whore because she doesn't want to die. Instead of the movie building up to that, she makes that decision pretty quickly. So then she fucks the nerdy guy, and then he drives up to some prostitutes, and then we cut away again because, hey, what happens? And then the final shot's just a ripoff of Halloween, where they're walking and something's in the background following them. Now, the it creature, people have taken it as a subtext for like STDs or something like that, or sexual promiscuity in youth. I always just took it as death following you. But this is a film that across the board was critically acclaimed, praised. I think it's well shot. I love the disaster piece score. I like that lead actress who's from The Guest. But that whole second half, and Quentin Tarantino criticizes, I think the entire mythology falls apart and it stops being scary. And it becomes goofy. And I never hear anyone bring this up. This movie's just like praised because it's a good looking movie that has a good premise, but I feel like it's a movie that should have been a 20-minute short film. Because most of the good stuff that I've seen that's horror in the last decade were short films that I saw at film festivals and stuff like that. But I don't think it sustains to a 90-minute long movie. and I rewatched it just recently, thinking, well, maybe I was being too harsh on it then, because I really didn't like the second half. And this rewatch I just did recently, I wasn't scared throughout the entire movie. Like, nothing affected me, because I realized, like, oh, once you know all the scares, like the jump scare moments, like when the tall guy comes through the hallway in the house,
Hmm.
the movie has no impact because it doesn't go anywhere. So then the rest of it's all this pseudo intellectual esoteric bullshit because the director didn't want to tell a story. So that's one that
Yeah, and
immediately
it's
comes to mind to me for as it follows.
yeah, that's a detriment to the movie. It's just like it leaves a lot to interpretation. And yeah, as for the film itself, it's definitely a film about mortality, with this thing just kind of like slowly coming towards you, and and it's again like what you base it off of. It is an analogy to you know STDs, where you're just trying to pass this thing through sex. But I think what would have led to uh, compelling things about that is perhaps if these characters were truly developed like the Chad, like maybe he wasn't like just a douche. I wouldn't say he's a complete douchey character. I mean, he does lend a hand for this gang, but it would it would be more interesting if they would have like add more character development, because the stuff with her going by the boat and she stumbles upon these guys and just cuts away and leaves her interpretation. I think I'd be fine with that, because perhaps like the general idea that you're getting from it is, yeah, she passed on to this thing just to build time for this this entity, this thing just pursuing her, where it could just like get these guys instead. But the thing that holds it back with that theme is just like, yeah, it's just the Chad character and the girl just like they just hook up without really like having a scene prior where they share some interesting conversations or talk about stuff, or just yeah, just scenes between them where they're interacting with each other like in a more intimate, nuanced way, where it just suddenly just has them just having sex without understanding what's at stake, the consequences that will come out of this. Um, which is always like, yeah, it was always lacking that there wasn't much like plot development, character development,
Well,
and
you
just
you
like
bring up
sticking to these
with the
rules.
Chad guy that he, there's tension throughout the movie that like the little sister likes him, and it feels like there's going to be sort of a dynamic there, or that maybe he isn't just some douchey guy. Maybe there is something to him where it feels like that was going somewhere, but then it doesn't go anywhere. There's
No,
no character arc or nuance like at all, or like even the stuff with her and the nerdy guy. It felt like there was going to be some tension between who gets to fuck her, and or I always thought, like, wouldn't it be interesting if the characters, all had sex with each other and they all had it so that they could fight this thing together. Although I know that would seem crazy, but I think it would be a bonding thing, sort of like Stephen King's It, but not with children, but with adults.
yeah,
Or just cut the whole sex plot line out of it, or just have this thing following them trying to kill them. Just eliminate the sex aspect, because I think that's where a lot of the stuff gets sloppy. But for me, mainly, it's just because the whole mythology falls apart. I didn't mind it being a subtle film with a lack of dialogue and character, because it was a tone piece, but
mm,
it's not held together by anything in the second half. I don't even know what the director's really trying to say with those images and themes. I have no fucking idea what he's trying to say about sexuality or youth, or like rewatching it, I still was confused at the end. You know what I mean? Like, I still don't really know what the ultimate message of It Follows is.
I mean, I don't know. You find someone around the corner, go have sex with them. What's the worst that can happen? I wish they would let lead into more conversations of why they shouldn't have sex. Perhaps if you're making this thing, if this entity is going to continue to follow you because you had sex with somebody and you're trying to like counteract it, perhaps you could make it as a film about abstinence. Maybe have these characters like maybe because the whole tension between the Chad and the other guy is just like who's going to stick their dick in this character when they could be talking about stuff like maybe they shouldn't do this because of
Yeah, it
the
makes men seem
consequences.
pretty shallow, doesn't it? those two guys
Yeah,
that they're just so they don't care if they die as long as they get to fuck this girl. Like that girl's hot, don't get me wrong. She's got like
yeah, she is beautiful.
an anime doll face. Like I'm into her, but if she told me you have sex with me, you're going to get chased by a fucking demon monster that rips you into shreds and fucks you to death. I'm not touching her.
Yeah.
Like I mean, it could be Scarlett Johansson. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Even when I was a teenager, you could say, well, what if you were 17 or 18? I still wouldn't have done it. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like,
No.
that's another thing that's
Yeah.
so stupid about the movie, is that these guys are just so excited to have sex with this hot girl that they don't care that a monster chases you.
Yeah, and the mortality rules don't really play well because when this thing gets in contact with you, it's just gonna fuck you to death. But yeah, the beach scene kind of struck me odd because the first thing that this thing does is just pulls a girl's hair. Like she would have been dead by there, by
That's
that
when the
point.
whole movie falls apart, is the beach scene.
Yeah.
Like, up until that point, the movie's pretty decent, and then that's the point where everything starts to unravel, and then it never recovers.
Hmm.
And the pool sequence, even the logic of that, the ending, like, it looks cool. It's always cool to see a pool in a movie. I don't know why. Pools are, like, really fucking cinematic. But even that doesn't work. Like, their plan, and then even that, you don't know if it works or not. The ending kind of hints at, like, it's still out there to follow them. And then by the end, because it's such a non-character movie that these characters just represent archetypes. By the end, I didn't feel bad for this girl or anything. I didn't feel anything. Like at the beginning, I sort of felt bad for her, but she's kind of an odd. She's in the car early on, and she's like, "I thought about going with the boy and kissing him and riding." And there's that scene where the guy comes up behind her and puts the chloroform. It's a creepy sequence.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh shit, I really like where this is going." And I don't know. I feel like he just had ideas for those scenes, but he didn't have the whole thing fleshed out. I think he had like those ideas in his head for those moments. Like the first half hour, he's like, like the old lady walking towards her. And I'm like, yeah, those are really good ideas. And then after that, it's what I feel like a lot of these movies suffer from. It's like good ideas, but it's bad storytelling, which I don't think the truly classic horror films. I don't feel that way about Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't feel that way about Halloween. I don't feel that way about The Shining. I don't think they're movies of moments. I think there's a consistent theme and characterization throughout the movies that keeps you going. I think when Nancy fights Freddy at the end of Nightmare on Elm Street, it's exciting and you build up to it. It's not like, at that point, it's not like, oh, it's Home Alone. Here we go, booby traps. Wes Craven loves to have a girl fighting her bad guys with booby traps. Same thing happens in Scream. But
Yeah.
by the time you get to the end of the fall, it's because you don't know any of these people, you don't care. So it's just an atmospheres piece, and it feels like with critics, as long as you have atmosphere and you don't explain anything. Like, you want to make a critically acclaimed movie, have a movie where barely anyone talks, have really good cinematography, and have inklings of thematic depth, and you'll get like critically acclaimed. You see this all the fucking time in all sorts of genres, not just horror.
Yeah, and I think the design of that film is it this was the start where like a lot of media was just throwing back to the 80s and yeah, you mentioned like, what setting is this film taking place, and I'm quite fond of movies that, clearly It Follows takes place in modern day, but it's just like you're essentially in like a time capsule where people are using the same televisions that were from the 80s, or just like they're not very reliant on modern day technology. And the tone of it with the Disaster Peace Score, which is phenomenal, really gives it that feeling. But
Yeah,
that's all it was.
they're watching black
Sorry,
and
go ahead.
white. They're watching black and white movies like in Halloween.
Yeah, and the houses are like designed to be like, a typical house you would hang out in the 80s. Just like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a very warm, like, tone and warmly lit, like, sort of like environment, like, a set that would belong in like an 80s film. But yeah, it's just one other thing that kind of lets it down is this, if you want to make this thing about, STDs, which is pretty much like just seeing like, the destruction of like the human body through sex. I would have liked to see more like Clive Barker stuff. I would have liked to see more like body horror.
Yes, like the
Because
opening scene where the girl's on the beach and she's all fucking tore up and shit and contorted.
yeah,
I
but like
agree.
with the entity, yeah, but with like the entity itself, it's just like it's disguised as it turns into some prostitute who just pees on the floor, which is creepy, but it's just like it could have been more like it could have been more. There could have been more like I don't know, just like add some gore to it, add some like metaphysical stuff.
Yeah,
That way you can
not
get
as mom in lingerie humping him on the floor.
well for that scene. It would have been interesting if he like like if there was like more body horror at play. Like let's say if the child like fuses with this thing as it's fucking him, it'd be like I don't know, like John Carpenter's The Thing with the Two-Face creature. That could have been more like rad, but it just kind of feels yeah, it mostly just kind of feels tame and like, the thing that just follows you around stops being scary after a while. Um,
It does. It does stop being scary
yeah.
immediately. I love a few people bring up in the chat horror movies that they think are horror films. I love the suggestion of Steve McQueen's Shame, the Michael Fassbender movie. That's because the ending of that movie, that is funny. I don't know if you've seen that movie,
I've
but
seen that movie. Yeah, that's on my like top 10 of the decade.
yeah, Michael Fassbender's a sex addict, and the idea that just you don't feel anything anymore, so you have to suck a dick just to feel again, that's definitely scary.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think
definitely.
about that ending all the time because I think to myself, because I remember there was a guy on a podcast I heard once, and he was the guy that designed the logo for Facebook. He was a graphic designer, and he did it, and they didn't have any money, Mark Zuckerberg and them, so they gave him stock. So then when Facebook became Facebook, this guy got like $300 million, and he was just some dude. All he did was design that logo that says Facebook with the blue. That's all he did, and they gave him like nothing. And so he talked about that he got so rich, and he said that his life became so surreal. Um, is that he would go to Vegas and like they have rooms ready for you, like penthouses, because they know you have money, and they send girls to your room. And they said they would send like 10 women to his room with lobster and champagne. And he said he's like chasing the girls around the room with the lobster hanging off of his dick. And he said he just partied so much that he did everything you could ever want to do. He slept with multiple women. He did every drug. He did everything. And he said he became so numb that he couldn't feel anymore. And he said, I'm really scared I'm going to end up like Michael Fassbender in Shame, and I'm just going to have to suck a dick just so I can feel something new. And that story always scared the shit out of me. Because you think when you get the things you want that you think you want this almost fulfillment out of the material, but then there is sort of a fear of becoming numb to any kind of feeling. So then you start to get, I mean, I think we've all had that. I think we've all can relate to that. So you ever had those kind of nights where it, and movies capture this. I think what's that movie? Shit, Eyes Wide Shut, where Tom Cruise just goes out on a night odyssey after his wife tells him like, "Hey, I wanted to fuck another guy and I would have." And it just destroys him. And
Yeah,
he's just going out
absolutely.
looking for something. And I know that's happened to me more, many times in my life, where it's just a night where you go to a bar, or you're just looking for something to do, and you feel like you would do anything. There's a point where you can convince yourself mentally, like, I would do something really fucked up tonight that I wouldn't normally do. I could convince myself to go there because I just want to feel something that's different. And that in itself is very scary, because you can get there mentally, where you end up doing really weird. And I'm not going to say anything, but I've had nights where I've done some weird shit. I'm not saying I've sucked a dick, not yet at least, but I've had nights where maybe I drank too much, or I was at you end up at somebody's place that you don't know, and it's fucking weird. You're at some guy's house that you don't know, and there's a weird you feel like you're like in a David Lynch movie. You know, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah, I get you. Like, yeah, um, I would feel more in line with Tom Cruise's character, where yeah, I would have these contemplating feelings like, man, my life isn't going anywhere unless if I do this thing, because then what life do I have to live? But then um, I would just kind of have second thoughts about it, like, should I really do this, or should I not? And I think some of us had those kinds of moments in our existence where you feel like you're failing to come in terms with your own individuality, that you have to like break out and do something, um,
Or
just
that
to be fulfilled
you want to
by
see
what.
something fucked up, that you want like
Yeah.
sometimes it like I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in anything supernatural, but I've been ghost hunting with people and they always are sort of like it's sort of playful to them. Like we're going through a
Mhm.
haunted house or something. And in my head, I want to see the fucking ghost. Like I legitimately do. I'm not scared. Like there's like nothing I'd want more than to see a demon, you know? Like it's like like when Tom Cruise goes to that orgy, that cult orgy, the Illuminati, it's like there's that part of the back of my head is like, God, you just want to walk into this fucked up thing that you shouldn't be there because it almost validates the evil underbelly of existence, like Satan, even like as a metaphor, not as a real thing, but just like like I don't know. I could because the first time you see Eyes Wide Shut, I mean, you watch it a few times, so that scene lose impact. But the first time you watch it, you're like, man, what the fuck's gonna happen to this guy? When they pull him into the
Yeah.
middle and they reveal that we know who you are, it's like shit. And there's always this temptation, like God, I would just like I'd love to go like some chick invites you to your house and she's a witch, but she's actually a fucking witch. It's not like it's not like she's like a witch like in the bullshit way that a lot of girls are witches, but like she shows you some shit and you're like, what the fuck? It's always in the back of my mind. Like I try to fight that side of myself where I want to see evil. Which I think is the key to horror films. That's what we're getting at here. That's why I'm making this point. Is that horror, like a lot of films let us experience dreams because we don't remember a lot of our dreams. Films are like vivid dreams. They're the ribbon to dreams. So horror in its essence, just like comedy can create the elation of laughter and joy, true horror to me, true existential horror, and what I think a lot of these modern day horror movies lack, is getting you to that place that you almost never get to in reality, but you can experience it almost voyeuristically through that of the film. That you get to see just that true despair and hopelessness and emptiness and but almost Clive Barker, for example, that you almost feel more alive and human through it, that you experience this horror. I mean, that's a big part of the fascination with body horror and stuff like that in movies. And I think movies are really, visually at least, because you can get in other forms, is really the only way you can get to that point. And to me, a true horror film is a film that gets me to that point of just being completely freaked out, not by that what I'm seeing is just scary, but that I believe in what is happening in there is scary. Not that I'm just watching it, but that I can believe in what the horror of it is. That the Exorcist makes you believe in the devil. That The Shining really makes you feel like you're in this haunted hotel. Like that, like the
Yeah.
presence of it's real. That you forget at some point that it's all manipulated. And I think that's incredibly difficult to do. And I think when you praise these modern day horror films, you're discrediting what these other filmmakers achieved in the past and why they didn't get enough appreciation in their time for what they
Mhm.
accomplished with those movies.
Yeah, and I think horror at its core is just what you said there. I think horror at its core is just like, yeah, you're in the moment, and it's a failure of comprehending what's happening. And I think for the most part, it's all about what's happening to you when you're in the perspective of characters that you follow across many horror films. Because yeah, sure, that works effectively well in subgenres where you have demonic possessions or slashers. But I think the real horror that I find more fascinating is just the most um like the worst evil that can come across out of like people that you can associate with real life. Because yeah, like with stuff like The Exorcist, you can associate it with possession, even though it's not something we would ever come across. But stuff like I mean, somebody posted like what's the best horror film like in the past decade. I would just say like it's not technically a horror film, but I would definitely credit a lot to Gone Girl or like a Don't Breathe, where it's pretty much just yeah, just you're uh, you're experiencing something so sadistic or something so evil that will come out of like just like um, anybody that you can come across in real life, and you're unable to just comprehend it, um, to why stuff like that exists. And yeah, with Eyes Wide Shut, that whole cult, that whole sex orgy is just like, yeah, stuff like that is out there. It is real, and you're just like you're having a hard time trying to process it. Like, how does this ever exist?
Mm.
How can we even like go by our days knowing that um, yeah, Illuminati cults or just actual sociopaths do exist in our um, in our existence.
Well, I like the Gone Girl thing because yeah, that movie scares the shit out of me because of her. She is the scariest monster in any film I've seen in years because just the evil woman that how she manipulates that situation, how she gets the public, and the fact that that movie came out before the whole Me Too movement, and it's still
It is a pre Me Too. Yeah.
it's so prescient in the same way that Social Network has only become more relevant with time, and I think some of it has to do with the perverse nature of the filmmakers. Like Polanski, what we really know about him and why his movies like Repulsion and Rosemary's Baby and cut a little deeper. And I think David Fincher has that to him. He can really get into the psychology of those things. And I don't think David Fincher's a bad person, but I think he almost empathizes with bad behavior in a way that allows him to, as an artist, communicate these things. And I think that's why Seven and Zodiac and all that's good. I think it's not just because he can relate to the characters that are obsessed with the killers. I think he can also relate to the killers in his stories and the villains. And her and Gone Girl, the fact that a woman could just lie and change public perception of you just by the fact that she's a woman, so she is immediately as thought of as a victim because of this. And you as a man
Hmm.
are held accountable, even though you're more of the innocent one. Now, as the movie goes on, you find out he's more like her, but clearly she is the calculated evil one, but that the media and society's just against you because of your gender.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to note that yeah, with the social network being as prevalent as it is, it's about like the dawn of this technological landscape that that has completely evolved over time. Whereas with Gone Girl, it's pretty much just like, what do we do with this? What do we do with social media now that we're fully engaged with it? And you see Ben Affleck, who yeah, you're led to believe maybe he possibly killed his wife, and you're not so sure of it. But then you have like all these people who are antagonizing him, and across social media, across like news media especially, and it's pretty much just like there's no like one thing I would say is just like it's pretty much just taking social media as uh as its own judge, jury, and executioner, where clearly as we come to understand during the film that Ben Affleck is clearly not is not the killer, and you find out that his wife is just more insane than he is, and but um, like the whole social media landscape was ready to just have him like be put in prison, or be in the or get incriminated for like death penalty if he was if he was given a charge of being guilty and all that. And but like yeah, with the Amy character, yeah, she manipulates her way to like having all this attention, and you know having all this attention, and just sort of like, but because she is a woman, like the public's immediately on her side, and her word goes with everybody instead of Ben Affleck. It's kind of rough to explain, but I just find like um, I just kind of find Gone Girl pretty scary. Is how we as a society uh, view stuff like this with murder mysteries, and even with nowadays the Me Too movement, where you have all these people being called out, all these male figures, all these actors and stuff, and without really much evidence being proven. So already like the people who read this are immediately ready to judge those people, even though there's not much sufficient evidence.
Well, not just that, how we as males perceive women and that we're almost in fear of them, that we don't understand them. The opening shot and the last shot really reflect this. Do you know who you're married to? And how the subtle change in her face is perceived differently after you get a different context. Because, I'll say as a man, I have. It's not like I have a fear of a woman stabbing me or anything like that. I'm not scared of a woman physically. I think women are scared of men physically. I think they live with that fear, or being raped or something. But as a man, my fear as a woman is she pretending to be something that I like in order to gain some other thing out of me? And it's something I always sort of struggle with. It's also an ex machina. It's like, do women use their sexuality and how they know we view them? Do they know how much power they actually have, and that the secret weapon that they use is they don't let us know how much power they actually have, or that they're aware of the power that they have?
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I think that's a very prevalent fear. Even I had the nightmare of being me too by
and I'm
some
not saying
random
it's
girl.
justified. I'm not saying as a man you should feel. I'm just saying that's kind of part of being a guy. Is the sexes don't totally understand each other. And I often have that fear of. I don't currently have it much of my, but I've dated girls before where you kind of get that feeling. I'm like, I've gotten out of some relationships in the past because it's like, yeah, I don't feel like you're like, are you really, especially it's that Natalie Portman and Garden State thing. Like, God, if you date like a bipolar girl, especially, but like, I've had some really bad experiences, but it's like where they make up this whole persona, this whole character to get you to like feel like they're a victim and you have to take care of them because for some reason you feel like as the male you have to like step in and save them or something like that. And they're using that against you. And it's all just playing into your male ego bullshit, which is why I often said Gone Girl is like the opposite of Fight Club, because Fight Club's all about your issues with your toxic masculinity and how you view yourself in a culture as a guy, and Gone Girl is how we view women as men in our culture, for good and the bad, really. Because while Amy's evil for what she does, it's also we're all bad for allowing that kind of behavior to even be possible.
Yeah. I mean, society that views this is definitely at fault for how characters like Amy would behave,
Because that's the
and
real
how
villain
they
of
would
the
act.
story is the media.
Yes.
Now they twist things.
Hmm. Yeah,
Uh,
how they twist things since we're given all this technology uh, that's been that's been revolutionized. Like I said, yeah, social network just gave us this new landscape, and how we and Gone Girl is mainly just about how we use it and how we become our own villains on how we twist things in the media and through social media.
Slav, it's not that I don't necessarily think I don't need a psychiatrist. I've just everyone I've ever talked to, I was smarter than. I was never, I kind of like fucking with shrinks. That's sort of the problem when you've also studied psychology. It's really hard for them to place them because ultimately you're just talking to yourself to come to conclusions for
Mhm.
yourself. They're really just trying to help you get to those places. Look at the big brain on Pat. Um, I think Fitcher's also obsessed with those things. Well, beyond that, the Social Network, I think, even though it's not a horror film, so we shouldn't talk about it too much. I also think it's sort of got this Revenge of the Nerds angle to it. It's when the nerds really took over, because that's
Yeah.
also the world we're living in. Is that it's no longer the pretty boy jock or movie actor, that Mark Zuckerberg, he ends up beating the Winklevoss twins, and they can't believe it. They're like, this guy pulled the rug out from under us because he's smarter than him. It's because he spends all this time in his room on his computer, and then he ends up being worth billions of dollars, And yeah, maybe the girls still don't like you at the end, but you win, That's also kind of part of it too, is and sort of this entitlement that you have through the anonymity of the internet as well, and a human disconnect from that as well. That there's almost this lack of humanity that comes about with this, and yes.
Yeah, that's a good point, because social network like highlights pretty much just like, it's not going to be like the jock's turn for success, because anybody like Mark Zuckerberg, excuse me, anybody like Mark, or like like Steve Jobs or Bill Gates can just start their own empire just right off the bat, and it ushers a new generation of like just a nerd type people who can go out their way, form their own business, or form their own like social media website or app, what have you. Which is a good, that's a good observation you brought up about the social network, which I definitely do see under scrutiny.
Well, it goes even deeper. It doesn't just apply to that. We talk about, and it ties into the horror thing somewhat, that the validation of these genres that were underground and geek. The original Comic Cons were guys meeting at garage sales, exchanging comic books. The original Comic Cons were very small. It was just nerdy guys comic books. Now Comic Cons are huge, and there's a bunch of normies there, or girls dressed up in costumes saying they're not doing it to feel validated or to be sexual, but that's why they're doing it. But it's become mainstream, but it started with the Trekkies. It started with the guys at the garage sales. It started out with this almost hipster bohemian, outcast thing. It started with like the Harvey P. Cars types. And now it's completely validated, and then we're seeing people bastardize it and take it over. Now everybody knows everything about comic books. I have a Spider-Man tattoo, and nobody who's ever asked me about my Spider-Man tattoo has ever asked me what my favorite comic book Spider-Man is or what writer it is. It's always, do you like Tobey Maguire, Tom Holland, or Andrew Garfield? That's what I always get asked. Every time. Or if I've been on a date with a girl who's wearing a Batman shirt or has a Batman tattoo, she's always like, I love Batman forever. She never asked me about Denny O'Neil. She never asked me about Neil Adams. She never asked me about any of that shit, That's the world we live in, and it ties in with horror. Now everybody loves horror movies. Everybody loves Halloween. Yeah. Everybody loves dressing up in costumes and being a character. It's cool to have action figures now. All these things that dudes got made fun of, I remember trying to get a Captain America shield when I was a teenager, and you had to go to a fucking comic book store and pay $60. Now you can go to a Walmart and get it for $10. And everybody's wearing, everywhere you go, everyone's wearing superhero shit everywhere. And this is the thing with the film critics and the people with horror movies. They're like, well, this stuff's cool, so I'm going to say it's great because it's horror and it's awesome and I love horror. But they don't really love horror. They love it in almost an aesthetic pop punk emo way. These are like My Chemical Romance fans, These aren't these aren't people that truly get it or go to that place. And they also didn't develop it to this point. That like the way that we helped get comic book culture and geek culture to this level. Social networks also about that as well. It's not just the takeover of Silicon Valley and these nerdy guys, but it's a cultural shift that goes even deeper than that in society. And that everyone hates Mark Zuckerberg, right? They hate this fucking guy. He's an outcast. Now everyone uses this fucking thing. They're all part of it. They all appropriate it. They all take it. It's funny, we hear about cultural appropriation a lot, but I would feel like my culture and the things that I've been into have been as appropriated by people as anything. And part of that is horror movies. I feel very disgusted by how many people proclaim their love for horror now, but I don't want to act like, I don't want to be Mr. Hipster up here like, you just don't get it, man. But I don't think they do.
Yeah.
I don't think they like real horror movies. Just like I think people with really good taste in comedy who really get what is well-written comedy, I think they don't get that a real horror movie that it doesn't have to be a good-looking movie like It Follows. It could be a bad-looking movie. One of the best horror movies I've seen in the last 20 years is a film called Poughkeepsie Tapes. which is a faux documentary about a killer who takes this girl, and these cops found these videotapes, and they watched these tapes of him harassing the family and torturing and murdering this girl. And the film looks like shit. The writing's pretty bad, the acting's pretty bad, but it looks like you're watching a snuff film. It's like truly fucking horrifying. And Poughkeepsie Tapes is so scary. I mean, it's almost unwatchable if sometimes if you're like, I've been really high and watched that movie and been like, oh my fucking god, I can't sit through this right now. And it's not polished. It's more like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, But I can see that there's something truly horrific in it. There's some real horror being captured there, but it's not a great movie. But it is horror, And I think, but then that movie probably has like 25% on Rotten Tomatoes, and nobody talks about. When you meet real horror fans or other people, they like that movie.
Yeah, well, I can't really share my thoughts on Poughkeepsie Tapes because I've only heard this just now, so I've never really heard of that film up until since you brought it up. But yeah, I get where like I do understand, and it does kind of bug me where where we're going as pretty much a collective towards horror, and with all these critics that are just giving these these passes to like a Get Out or like a Hereditary without really understanding like, did this really work as like a genuine horror film? Is this something that's going to carry to the test of time? But they would just go ahead and just rate them as high as they could, so that way they can just like it will feel like that they're just trying to appeal to hardcore horror fans, and yeah, we live in a different time, and then back then a lot of horror films were criticized because from the start of the 60s you have like the Hays Code that was removed from the Hollywood system. So you have like the new Hollywood movement, and a lot of filmmakers that were just slowly just working their way up to prominence were pulling off really daring ideas, pulling off these very daring and unique stories where you have like something like a Last House on the Left or like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but they were criticized because of the subject matter. But there's a lot of meaning in the subject matter when it comes to just how critics will usually criticize them for being violent or for being a gore show, but they just ignore the meaning behind it. And with nowadays, it's just like anything that's horror goes. Everything that comes out nowadays is just like overly praised, and yeah, it just kind of bugs me.
Well, just to review, so we can start talking about some more positive things, because I'm shocked how dark this stream is getting. Actually, I wasn't expecting this. We were having a very fun, jovial conversation before this. Now I'm like, shit, this is getting heavy. But some of the other ones, I think The Conjuring's mostly good, although I think it peaks with the Annabelle short film at the beginning, which I think is the scariest thing James Wan's ever done. That's like a creepypasta. But that movie, for the most part, goes. Just everything in that movie I've seen before, but at least that movie stays pretty consistent. The Babadook sort of reminds me of early Peter Jackson, and I like when you realize, because the first half you think you're watching a movie about this annoying fucking terrible kid, and you hate the kid, and then when the mom goes crazy in the second half, you're like, oh shit, I'm scared for this kid. I really feel bad for this kid. But then my biggest issue with that movie is the Babadook itself, and that the Babadook even gets validated by the end of it, which is like, well, fuck this. And by the ending, where if it was just a movie about a woman going crazy and making up this monster in a storybook because she wants to kill her annoying kid, I think that would have been a better movie. But I don't hate those movies, but they're not masterpieces either. They're just like, they're okay, but
Yeah, at best they're like decent.
Yeah, they're like decent. They're like watchable, decent movies. What do you guys think of the future of cinemas, given the mass shutdowns and ways it affects the cinemas themselves? I mean, I think a huge impact. I don't think they're bouncing. I was getting more positive about it, but after Tenet's performance, at least domestically, it feels like people in the United States are just too scared to go to the movies. I feel like people there still just seems to be a major fear throughout the states. Or maybe people had so much time away from it they don't really care anymore. I don't know. It's a there's a lot to unpack there. I don't really know if there is a clear answer to that question.
Yeah, I'm in the
Yeah.
city where I'm close to LA. I know that the LA film industry is crippled really badly from this COVID outbreak. So cinemas are barely opening up. I think it's just going to be like a very slow recovery for people to, you know, go out and go out and enjoy these social leisures and um, yeah, just go out and have these social leisures that they had before this whole pandemic just blew up. So yeah, I mean, with the future of cinema where it's going to be a pretty bad. It's going to be a pretty bleak period where we're heading, and yeah, where tenants not performing where it should, and they just had to like put it out there because they had this film out getting ready to be released for so long, and cinemas are barely open across the state, so of course it's not doing well because yeah, because they had to just get it out there. So it's tough to say where we're going, but it's going to be a very slow recovery for the film industry to just kind of rebuild itself. And I think a lot of that has led to a lot of people with Netflix and all that and HBO Max and Disney Plus. People could just like watch a movie in their own homes through those streaming platforms. And I think streaming's going to play a huge part of where we're heading to.
I don't think it's ever going to come back fully where there's going to be as many theater. And I don't mean that I don't ever think you won't ever go to a full theater again, but do I think there's going to be the thousands of I mean, we got to be fair. They overexpanded theaters the last decade. There was too many theaters. I mean, that's all this is. That's what COVID's exposed with a lot of things. Did every city need 100 theaters with 20 screens? I mean, just where I live in Columbus, there's so many fucking theaters here. I mean, it just and it made them have to release more movies every weekend so that there's so many movies out. So then we had an overexposure of film. So then that also sort of drops quality. And then this correlating with streaming. I don't think movie theaters are going anywhere. I think it's just going to get scaled down. And I think that was going to happen naturally anyway. I think it's going to be people are going to go to the theater to see the big movies, like the $200 million films. And then I think people are going to stay at home to watch most of the independent films or the lower budgeted films. And you might go see screen. Right now they're showing Akira and Empire Strikes Back at a lot of theaters right now. They're showing it at my theaters. They're showing it they're out there where you're at. So if you want to go see Akira or something like that, or that's cool. I think that stuff's going to get really popular. I think it's already getting really popular, more mainstream instead of just cities having that. I think people are going to go see old movies in the theater more often. I think it might be more of that becoming the novelty of the theater as opposed to go seeing a new movie at the theater. I think it's going to be the appeal of going to see restorations or film prints of movies from the past. I think that's going to be something that can really help the theaters. I think more of those niche markets is the key, and theaters becoming more niche in that sense. Instead of it's the new movies of the weekend and you go to see them and stuff like that just to see them new. And I also would like if budgets of movies and all that scaled down too. I don't think we need as many, even with Tenet, which I liked overall. I'm just like, I would have preferred if Christopher Nolan had made like a $30 million movie instead of a $250 million movie.
Yeah, I agree.
But speaking of horror, I mean, right before COVID happened, the Invisible Man came out and made a shitload of money, Lee Winnell. And horror films financially, that's the one positive I like, is that the last few years horror films have been making a lot of money on low budgets.
Yeah, there was certainly a market for horror, especially with Blumhouse Productions that was founded, and yeah, you have was Paranormal Activity Blumhouse's first
I think so. I
release?
think that was the one that really kicked it off. I don't know if it was their first release, but that was the one that put them on the map.
Yeah, and yeah, to your conversation on Paranormal Activity, yeah, I remember in high school people were just like they wouldn't shut up about the movie, like they were saying like it's the scariest movie ever, and I never saw the first film, but I did see the sequels at my own home. I'm just like, yeah, no, they're fine. They're like theme park rides. I would best describe them. They're not scary. Um, they're not like the best horror films I've seen out of like that given decade, but they're okay. They're a good distraction. And yeah, that's what led to yeah, just that period where Blumhouse was blowing up with all these low budget and mostly just like a lot of like found footage movies. And yeah, you had like a lot of misses, but it's kind of like they were just experimenting with their projects. It's just like like of course like something like what was that one Exorcist movie?
Oh, the
Um,
the Last Exorcism or the X was that one?
no, no, it was no, I think it was The Devil Inside, where that movie had like a
Oh
huge opening.
yeah,
Word of
yeah,
mouth came out, it got like horrible
yeah.
drops right off the bat. So you have like your Devil Insides, but then um you'll have like your visits, the M Night Shyamalan movie,
Mm-hmm.
or like yeah, it was just mainly just like they were just like putting their cards on the deck of which one would land, which one would like grant them the success. And yeah, I think really like in the post Blumhouse generation, where you have like all these horror movies like The Invisible Man that are just made at a super low budget, and they will just you know they will have these successes because yeah, like the market is ready for audiences to go out and see horror films, no matter of the quality.
Well, horror films are just mainstream now. I think James Wan deserves a lot of credit. Insidious, did well, but then when Conjuring came out and made 300 million, that really changed things. And then it became a
Yeah,
franchise. And then we got to the point where it came out, and it made $700 million and became the highest grossing horror film of all time. And yeah, The Nun made 400. I mean, all these movies, I mean, every year it's like there was a period there. Some have done bad, but like there was a period there over the last, if you watch Box Office Addict, like the last 5 years, where there'd be this horror movie that came out that cost like $5 million and it would make $200 million. And these movies were coming out. Ouija, all these fucking movies were coming out. They're making a shitload of money. And it's funny, it's not usually the independent, critically acclaimed ones that do well. It's like these other ones, like Annabelle types and stuff like that. And these movies come out and they make, yeah, I mean, some of these movies make $300 million on budgets of like $8 million or something like that, or even less. And that's the one thing, the financial success, which I also think validated the genre in recent years, is because a lot of the great horror movies of the past, even though they did well, they weren't huge hits. The Shining only
yeah.
made $46 million on a $22 million budget. There was
And
stuff like
now
The
it's like
Exorcist, but
yeah, and now like The Shining is like the most satirized, most like exposed like meme across the internet and
yeah,
across popular culture.
yeah, I'm sure The Shining's made hundreds of millions of dollars for them in merchandising and sales now. But The Thing was a huge bomb. Movie made
Yeah,
movie didn't. I don't even think it made $10 million or something like that. It didn't do well. It was a big
no, it
bomb.
didn't.
And critics hated it. Even Nightmare on Elm Street, which was a hit, it cost $1 million and made 25 million. I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't until really. I mean, you'd get the occasional like Halloween was a hit or Scream was a hit, but now it's like every other horror movie is a huge hit. Or even the new Halloween that just came out made a shitload of money. It had a $76 million opening weekend. So clearly, it's
Yeah,
more popular than it's ever been. The genre, like without question, whether you like these movies or not, the genre of horror is bigger now than it's ever been. Because for some reason, there's some, particularly with millennials, my generation, there's this huge obsession with the genre and like Halloween culture and all that. It's all just blown up in the last, sort of like how anime was big in the 90s and then died out for a few years, and now it's bigger than ever and it's everywhere. Same thing with horror. 90s kids really
yeah,
fucking love it.
yeah, definitely. I think Blumhouse is in a weird place right now where they had like, yeah, before this pandemic broke out, they had that weird Fantasy Island remake.
Mm-hmm.
So they're kind of experimenting, but with the wrong scripts and what they're gonna do with this theme project that they're producing. And I think we shouldn't really make another Thing movie because they tried it and it failed. The 2011 prequel.
Yeah, poor
Um,
Mary Elizabeth Winstead, my goddess. She should be in So many good horror movies.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're asking me if there's modern day horror movies, if people are asking in the chat things that I like, there is. And it's not that even those other movies don't have things that I like about. I like parts of the It movie from a few years ago. I like the scene with the projector and Pennywise coming out of the screen all big. I like that stuff. I like, yeah, the opening to The Conjuring. There's stuff. I like the first half. I really like Mike Flanagan. I met him years ago with his first film, Absentia, back when he was a nobody, and I was like, it was the best film at that festival, and I was like, man, you're really talented. I was like, that was the best directed movie here, and he was like, yeah, yeah. And then a few years later, this movie Oculus comes out, and I'm like, oh, it's that guy who made that movie Absentia. And I'm like, cool. And then it's like, fuck, Hush, and then Gerald's Game, and then The Haunting of Hill House, which I think completely falls apart by the end. The finale's terrible, but the first 5 episodes of Hill House, really good. Then he does Doctor Sleep. He's a horror filmmaker I like. I like his work. I really like Oculus quite a bit. I think Oculus has a lot in common with like a good Stephen King short story. I like The Evil Mirror. The Evil Mirror is very fun to me.
I think for my money, it would have to be like just James Wan. When you just look at his whole career, just
Yeah.
going back to like Saw, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you have Insidious. Oh, and opposite of him would be Lee
Lee
Winnell.
Winnell, yeah, I know, who's now a big director. Because, man, he
And I
made
really
that.
enjoyed Upgrade.
I loved Upgrade, and it didn't do that well. And then now Invisible Man's a huge hit, so now Lee Winnell. No, it's gotta be said. It can't be overstated about Lee Winnell and James Wan that James Wan made Saw, and they made that at $1 million. And, it's a lot of people Saw is dated. I remember I used to really like Saw, but made $100 million, and now James Wan's doing Aquaman and Fast and Furious movies that are $1 billion movies, and now Lee Winnell's a big thing. I mean, those guys they did the thing where they created their own franchises before they got attached to IPs and franchises. They created their own things because Lee Winnell worked on Insidious too. So don't get me wrong, these movies were, Saw is clearly 7. Insidious is clearly every haunted house movie. The Conjuring's a lot of exorcism movies, but they created their own things. And then it led them to getting Fast and the Furious Aquaman, or where Lee Winnell's doing The Invisible Man, which, all the Universal Monster remake movies didn't do well. And then he makes this low budget one, and it's a big hit and critically acclaimed. So guys like that give me hope that they started. It gives you hope as an artist that you can make these low budget things, and then years later you're the one running these franchises. And because you came from a low budget background, it's very much Sam Raimi's story.
Yeah, that's what it comes across. It like James Wan's like this generation's Sam Raimi or Peter Jackson, where they had like their own roots, and then Sam Raimi goes out to direct something like Spider-Man, and Peter Jackson helms The Lord of the Rings. It's stuff like that that really inspires a generation of filmmakers that they want to pull off horror films that they could just grow out of, like, they could just learn and grow out of their interest in film, and you want to make your own movies, and then who knows, you can make like the next Marvel film, or I mean, this franchise is dead to me, but Star Wars apparently. But yeah, and yeah, that's why James Wan sticks out to my mind, because just the road he took with all those movies, and then he's directed like a Furious 7 and Aquaman. It's awesome, and whether how anybody feels about those movies, I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to them.
Well, I just like being surprised because I don't think any of us saw it coming. Like, if you'd have told me years ago that James Wan was going to be making an Aquaman movie and it was going to make $1 billion, I'd have laughed my ass off. You know what I mean? I mean, it's great, because there was a point James Wan really wasn't. He made that movie Death Stranding and that Kevin Bacon, and those movies didn't do well. Now, I didn't dislike those movies. I always liked James Wan. I always thought he was a pretty good director. But then Insidious came out, and it was like, okay, he's kind of back. And then, excuse me, then The Conjuring came out, and it was like, holy shit, fuck, this guy's huge. Yeah. But I still didn't think. I still didn't think after Conjuring he was going to be doing like a fucking Fast and the Furious movie.
No, not at all. But then like I'd be able to identify just how how he shoots his movies because a lot of his camera tricks in Furious 7 I was able to identify in the second Conjuring movie. And that's just like from my personal eye, because these films came out back to back, and that was a time where I went out of my way to like just watch any movie out in the theater. And yeah, it's insane. Hold on a sec. I want to read some things off the chat here. No,
Pete,
Crazy Chameleon. I have. Go ahead.
sorry, Pete, I'd like to say with the Sam Raimi comparison, we're not saying that his filmmaking is like Sam Raimi. We're saying that his career trajectory is like Sam Raimi, because I don't think he is directs like Sam Raimi. It's just Sam Raimi started in low budget genre stuff that became iconic, and then he directed Spider-Man. That's all we're saying. I don't think James Wan actually directs like Sam Raimi at all. I think they have totally
No.
different styles.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
But his career is
it's
very
not.
similar.
Yeah, it's not a literal comparison. It's just like you look at his career compared to how Sam Raimi started. Is
Yes,
what we're
exactly.
saying here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yorgos Lanthimos. No, I would not say he's the best horror director because I've seen The Lobster and I completely forgot about it a year in. I have not seen Color Out of Space, Crazy Chameleon, unfortunately, so I don't have an opinion.
That's funny, because the only ones I really did not like Yorgos, and I hated Dogtooth, and The Lobster I was okay out. Killing a Sacred Deer I found entertaining. It wasn't until he made that movie The Favorite that I was like, oh shit, this is good. I like that movie. All of his other movies have that like weird acting and writing.
Yeah, it has a very. What I don't like about The Lobster, it just has this weird, intentional, clinical tone to it.
Yes,
Where
and
it's just very dry.
yeah, he's very praised for that. This like idiosyncratic way he makes his movies. But The Favorite wasn't that way. It's a very entertaining movie and well acted. But yeah, I'm not. I actually hate Dogtooth. That's like a movie I fucking hate. And there was all this hype for it. But I don't totally hate that guy because yeah, he clearly has something, but I do think he was a little overrated there for a while. But The Favorite was pretty good, so maybe I was wrong about him. Who knows?
And he's a name that's recognized, so I mean, there's at least that.
Yeah, and I like Killing Her Sacred Deer is a very interesting movie. Like I'm not, but his early stuff, I was not on the bandwagon with Dogtooth and The Lobster. I remember just sitting there, Dogtooth, like, what the fuck is this? Like the whole time. So yeah, pardon me if I came off slightly reactionary. I'm just no. I wasn't saying that. I was just trying to give context. I wasn't, because I could get if you thought we were saying his filmmaking style was like Sam Raimi, because it's not, and I could understand being confused by that. Because I don't think he.
No, it's cool. Go
Sorry,
ahead, man.
no, you go ahead.
It's cool if you're not a fan of James Wan. I mean, nobody's a fan of certain filmmakers, so I mean that's totally fine if you feel that way. It's just like we're just really comparing, like, just their career paths.
I'm not a
with
big fan
Raimi.
of the Insidious movies, really. If I'm being honest, I don't.
No, I am not a huge fan.
Yeah, I was very hyped for Insidious. Everyone kept saying Insidious was a new horror classic, and I went to the theater and I'm like, this is every haunted house movie I've ever seen. And then when it gets to the act where he
Yes.
goes to the other world and Darth Maul shows up, it looks so cheap and shitty. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Tiny Tim song is fun. I like that. But, that movie was very overrated to me. And Insidious Chapter 2 is like really bad. But The Conjuring is better than those movies. I do like the Conjuring movies quite a bit more than Insidious. But I'm not like totally in love with it. It's not like I love Aquaman or Furious 7. I mean, I respect the guy though.
Yeah. Yeah, same respects I would give to Yorgos. I mean, he's a name that's blowing up, but I don't particularly like his films. Well, his film because I only seen The Lobster, but I'm not like interested in seeking him out to watch his filmography. Though I will definitely put The Favorite in mind. I will try to check that out soon.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of his work either. I thought I hate that people like Your Movie Sucks and that, or Ralph the Movie Maker just suck his dick.
Which they always do.
Yeah, they
with
pick
every
these
indie
directors.
filmmaker.
I know Your Movie Sucks with Michael Haneke. The guy did Funny Games and White Ribbon. That guy's so fucking overrated, and he just acts like he's the best director in the world. Or Cache, which is a movie I used to like a lot when I was a teenager, and now I go back to it. I'm like, this movie's such bullshit. Why is a German guy talking about Algiers and the fucking French and morality, and he kills a chicken for that guy just rubs me the wrong way. Like that guy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still dig Cachet. It's still like a decent movie. You know, I don't like. He's not a bad filmmaker or anything like that, but I don't like to overuse the word pretentious for art. I don't think it's good to call art pretentious, but I think you can call people pretentious. And I think he is pretentious. That doesn't necessarily mean that his art is pretentious, but he's just one of those guys that wins the Palme d'Or at Cannes every other year, and you're supposed to love his fucking movies. He made that film Armour or whatever about the old couple and the one's dying, and it's just depression porn. It's like, oh, it's so beautiful because it's so realistic. It's like, fuck off. Like, you know, and Funny Games is a fun, you know, that's a fun movie. And then he made an American version of it. It's like that movie The Vanishing, the same director, he made an American version of his own movie. It's always very strange. And The Vanishing's like great. The original one's like one of my favorite movies. Oh,
Yeah,
I know.
and I remember The Vanishing for that. Here's a funny thing. My exposure to horror films was based on. I'm not sure if people watch a lot of Bravo TV. There was a program in 2004 called "100 Scariest Movie Moments."
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah,
That's
that
my
show
shit,
fucking
man. Oh, that's what sucks about watching that though when you're young is it spoils so many horror movies
Yes.
endings. I
Yeah,
regret
The Vanishing.
watching that. Yeah, don't what is it that God is it called
Don't Look Now.
Don't Look Now. It spoiled the fucking ending of that movie for me when I was like 13, and that's one of my favorite movies ever, not just horror movies. I think that movie's like an amazing movie. And it tells you the fucking ending in that goddamn thing. Audition.
Yeah, which I wouldn't mind really, because perhaps if I watched the movie, get a full context of it, I would definitely enjoy it. And yeah, I would agree with you there. Because I've seen 2 years ago, I've seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers 1978, and I was fascinated with Donald Sutherland. And I think for my next Criterion pickup would definitely be Don't Look Now for sure.
You're speaking my language,
was-
brother, man. Him and Elliot Gould, anything that they made in the 70s, that's like I watch every single fucking thing. Anything either one of those guys are in. Love Donald Sutherland. No, because Don't Look Now is this fucking amazing Nick Rogue film, but the problem with them spoiling that ending is like a big part of that movie watching it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, I mean, the movie's still great without it, but that ending is really like the movie, it really builds up to that final moment. But man, I'm glad you bring that up. I'll let you expand on the other one. I'm going to cut you up, but I used to love, it's something I miss that YouTube doesn't really have. I totally miss like VH1 I Love the 80s or Bravo's 100 horror movies. I miss these like TV things because there used to be so much television back in the day and cool stuff on cable, but now they don't make shows like this anymore because we have the internet. But people on the internet don't really recapture it. They used to just do these things where like they would do top horror lists, and it wasn't like a Watch Mojo bullshit. It was like they would show clips from the thing and have people talk about it. It was just so entertaining, that whole era, like 2000s television, and I miss it so much.
Yeah, I do miss that either because now it's just overshadowed by the reality TV landscape. And yeah, that show, because back then I didn't. I had like a lot of movies that my family had held in VHS tapes, so horror wasn't really like in my collection. Like it was either one to none, and one closest would be Jurassic Park. But yeah, it was until 2004 where I saw that program, and yeah, it really affected me deeply because of just you know understanding all these horror films that they talked about throughout that show, and I was ready to seek out some of these things. Where, yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for that show, I would have known about Phantasm or Rosemary's Baby, yeah, or Black Christmas. But yeah, that show's really like made an impression on me. And for those of you who haven't really like watched it, if you missed out of that era, you can definitely find it on YouTube. I can't give the links because who knows, YouTube might pull the plug off of it, but you'll definitely find it under the search tab. Definitely recommend sitting down and watching that whole program.
Slav, I don't know where Bathory's at. She's still around on Twitter. She just never shows up on live stream. She lives I forgot where she lives.
Spain.
She lives in Spain. I just don't know where in Spain is what I mean. But she It's a time zone thing.
Yeah, and she's always busy.
Yeah, she's a from what she's a biologist or something or geneticist. So she works a lot. I miss Bathory like crazy. I think it's
Yeah,
just
me
because
too.
I don't live stream often, so she doesn't. Uh, I think she doesn't see the streams enough or something like that. So I think she just doesn't know. Box Office Act was always on Sunday. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I miss Bathory like crazy. So yeah, I really like you bringing that up quite a bit, and also the origin thing, because I got into horror very young. My parents didn't care about me watching R-rated movies and horror movies. So when I was a little kid, we watched Nightmare on Elm Street and Leprechaun and Phantasm. I remember Phantasm, the whole series when I was like 6. I was watching, and that stuff was on TV all the time. Sometimes it was on TNT, so they cut out all the gore. So it's not like I was always watching these movies and R-rated sometimes, but I used to, yeah, my parents just didn't give a shit, which probably explains why I'm so fucked up. But I watched all this stuff. I remember being a little kid, I got potty trained. I don't know, like 2 or whatever, when you typically get potty trained. My parents told me this, and then my uncle told me that Freddy Krueger was in the toilet, so then I was scared to use the toilet, so it pushed back my potty training by like 6 months. Because apparently I thought Freddy was going to come out with his claws like in the bathtub scene and stab me in the ass when I'm taking a shit. But so it was always part of my life, and you're never going to be as scared as much or as affected as when you're young, because that's the first time you're going to feel those feelings and they're more abstract to you. So you're scared
Yeah,
of things that you shouldn't be scared of. But then when I got older and we watched a lot of those movies, because, it gets hard when you get older. It's hard to get scared, because it's hard to believe in things. When you're a kid, you can believe in those things, and then you get older and you don't, it's just a movie. It doesn't mean I still don't get scared. But I get scared more in my real life thinking about like someone murdering me or something. I'm not scared of like a monster, or like I'm not scared of Freddy Krueger being in my dreams. I'm more like
you're
think.
an adult. You're scared of. Yeah, when you're an adult, you're more fearful towards like real issues that could happen to you. Like, yeah, somebody
Mhm.
try to murder you in your sleep, or somebody that tries to financially scam you or rob you. Like, and yeah, like the oppression does go down, but I mean, I would say there are certain films that do scare me to this day. Like, oh yeah, if it wasn't for that Bravo program, I would have been so on board with the thing, like for all my life, because I think that's a film that still terrifies me.
Oh yeah, it's just so visceral. I don't even know if
Yeah,
I'm necessarily scared of it. I'm just like, it's like sensory overload when I'm watching it. Especially not the blood test scene itself, but when like it goes to shit, and there's the part where the body goes up to the ceiling and all that stuff and everything's that. It's just overwhelming. Like it's
yeah,
just, and he doesn't linger on shots too long, so every time it cuts away and comes back to a shot, it's something different's happening. So it's hard for your brain to process everything that's happening in the thing. So it just becomes an overwhelming experience every time I watch it. It's just so like gross and horrifying to look at, that it's just unsettling. Really, like the spider head thing. It's just how it's what makes the movie stand out. It's the way it's not just his shot choices and the special effects. It's how long he chooses to stay on the shot. It's the cutting of that movie that's really genius. It's cut
yeah.
very well. The length of the shots is just absolutely brilliant in that movie. It might be the best I've ever seen in a movie like that, quite frankly. That in particular, the cutting of it. And I don't even know how Carpenter, and I love Carpenter, but I don't think any of his other movies are even close to that level of polish or craftsmanship. And I'm as big of a fan of Big Trouble in Little China, Halloween, Escape from New York, Prince of Darkness, They Live as anybody. I think those movies all kick ass. Like
Yeah.
I love all of his stuff. I even like, Village of the Damned. I like a lot of his stuff, but that movie's on a whole other fucking level. It's not like, it just leaves his other movies down the fucking road.
yeah, every time you watch it, and it's just like, yeah, it always feels like the first time you're watching a movie, and that's just how sophisticated it is to this day. Um, and yeah, like the moments where the thing just bursts out are a great example of how I would define horror. It's just like, you know, it's like something's happening right in front of you. You cannot really comprehend it, as you can't really comprehend like, just the threat factor, the power of this alien that just bursts out of like people it imitates. And you yeah, and the tracking shots where it just goes across a hallway just gives you an idea like that alien could be anywhere, especially when it gets to the point where the final thing, which is Wilford Brimley, is broken out, and they got to find, now the remaining people of the camp have to find him, and so like, and it's very unsettling because he could be anywhere at any point. And um and yeah, the characters are very very compelling in a way where, yeah, you have McCready, who somehow you wouldn't expect him to be the leader of this whole unit, but somehow, like, yeah, just he helms every possibility of just trying to get everybody together and try to find a way to stop this thing. And he will definitely try to resort to his wits, but by that point, when the Blair thing comes out, then much like how it's established in his introductory scene with the chess game, it's just like, well, I might as well just blow everything up, as a way to just try to like kill this thing for good.
Well, I, you made me think with the Bravo thing, the 2000s. I don't know, because I guess since you weren't watching a lot of horror movies back then, but I wonder if anyone in the chat remembers. There was this whole thing in like the late 90s all the way up to like 2010 where there was all these shitty, low budget, straight to DVD horror movies like at Blockbuster, and they were huge. Like Rest
Yeah,
Stop, I remember, was a big one that everybody would rent these movies. My sister rented every single one of them. I was a little bit younger. I was 5 years younger than her, so she was like, let's say 16. I was 11. She rented them every weekend, and none of them were scary, like ever. But we watched them just because we all wanted to watch horror movies. I used to talk with my friends all the time. They would just make they don't really even exist anymore. These movies, they might just show up on Netflix now, but this was like a big deal back then. The straight to DVD movie, the straight to video movie, and they made like 1,000 of these movies. I've always wanted to go through and find these movies and do reviews of them. There's so many of them that I saw that I can't remember the name of. But they always had great covers. You'd go to Blockbuster and the cover would be amazing, and it was
yeah,
always a piece of shit every time, with like horrible acting during, not one scary scene. And then there'd be mainstream horror movies, and honestly, this might shock a lot of people, but as opposed to this decade, I'm actually a fan of quite a bit of the horror films from the 2000s, from the first decade. And I'll even say this, which might shock people, I'm quite a fan of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake from the 2000s with Jessica Biel and Arlie Ermy. I actually like that movie. I think it's actually very scary, and I think Arlie Ermey's great in it. I like The Devil's Rejects a lot by Rob Zombie. Not as much House of a Thousand Corpses, but Devil's Rejects is awesome. And more of the kind of movie I wish Tarantino would actually make. And that movie actually has really good acting in it. There was a time there was this whole like horror was sort of finding this new identity in the 2000s. We were getting these very the aesthetic of that. It was the 2000s aesthetic of movies at that time mixed with these horror films, and they weren't necessarily scary movies. They were the polished
no,
MTV movies, but they were entertaining. A lot of them, even the bad ones, they were very watchable, and it was fun to get with a group of friends on the weekend and watch these movies and rent them and be at home. I'm so nostalgic for these moments because I don't think they happen as much anymore. I don't think people do this as much anymore because of the internet, because of YouTube. But you used to get
yeah,
together with a group of friends on like a Friday night, and you'd rent these movies and you would watch them, and you'd get together in the living room or whatever and watch them, or you'd do it with your brother or sister, your family member or something. You'd watch it, and it was amazing. You know, it was just so amazing to sit there and watch those movies. Like, I just remember renting like 3 or 4 movies on the weekends, and you would sit there and it was sort of like renting a game with your buddy, and you would play co-op or something like that. I don't think people really do that stuff anymore because you play online. Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
no,
I have my exposure to that was going to the video store as well because my my interests with a lot of like those straight to DVD, straight to VHS movies was mainly just like the creature feature types where you got like your and they would play in reruns on the Sci-Fi Channel also, which I would definitely catch every weekend. Like you have like your Toby Hooper's Crocodile or Shark Attack, and yeah, those movies. Yeah, definitely they're incompetent, they're stupid, they're bad. But I was always fascinated about it. I was always fascinated by this because I just want to pop a movie where some dude just like gets eaten by like a giant crocodile or shark because the creature features were my zone until I got older and watched more interesting titles off the genre. And yeah, I lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah. And yeah, the 2000s were like the era of where you have like Rob Zombie blowing up and Eli Roth coming out with Cabin Fever and Hostel. And then for the most part, you have like the Platinum Dunes generation where Michael Bay's company were just rehashing, remaking all these movies, but with like a very music video style and aesthetic that you know, namely Michael Bay's movies are known for. Um, and yeah, other films that come out were pretty much like the Japanese adaptations of like Japanese horror films. Like you have Ju-on with The Grudge, and then you have Ringu with The Ring. Now, I'm not real. I have seen The Ring, and I will say that is probably one of the overrated horror films in my opinion because I just
Ringu
don't
or the Gore Verbinski ring.
the Gore Verbinski
Hmm.
remake.
I don't know if that's overrated anymore. I think with time that's kind of been forgotten. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I just think like
I don't
the
know if that
aesthetic.
movie's as popular as it was back when it came out. I don't hear anyone talk about it. You know, back when it came out, it was a big fucking deal, but I don't know if that movie aged well. I don't know if that stayed with time. It sort of seems like it's lost in time.
Yeah, I think it's lost in time, but it also hasn't aged well because I don't really find it as you know the horror classic that even the Bravo program made a huge big deal of it, and I'm just like looking at it and just like, yeah, this is like cringe comments. It's just like, yeah, this movie does not hold up to your word, unfortunately. Um, and um, yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of The Ring.
I love somebody
But
bringing
yeah,
up Joe Bob Briggs, man. Monster Vision, man. That's another thing. God, television used to be so fucking good. There used to be something about the TNT Friday night action movies made for guys who like action movies. Here's a double feature of Mortal Kombat and Spawn. And it was exciting, man, because you didn't have access to everything back then. So Joe Bob Briggs was doing Monster Vision. He's like, we're gonna show these horror movies, and he would make fun of the censors and yeah, Elvira and stuff like that. God, I just miss that shit so much. I miss like the host. I feel like YouTube is done. I think James Rolfe's done a good job at kind of recapturing that vibe with his stuff with like Monster Madness and whenever he
yeah,
talks about horror movies. But one of my biggest issue with YouTube is that I'm not as big as the format of things where it's just like the video essay or, and I know I do it too. I'm not acting like I don't do it, but my dream really is like, it's a host on their like in their on their set presenting these things or having people talk about it in sort of this documentary way. The only thing I really find entertainment or fear from is like these unsolved mystery or creepy real life story things. Sometimes I stay up late and watch those things on YouTube and I get really fucking scared because it's real shit.
yeah,
I hate to give them credit because I fucking hate BuzzFeed, but BuzzFeed has this series where these two guys, God, and I hate BuzzFeed, but it's a good show. It's one guy is like a skeptic and the other guy believes in everything. And they go to haunted locations and they never find anything. And the one guy just makes fun of it the whole time. And it's actually pretty entertaining just because of that. But I do miss that. I miss like, what Fright Night's referencing, but I miss like the host of a show. I kind of miss the I miss that format, and I don't think people on YouTube, because I think it's a certain generational thing, and I don't think the young people making videos today even know what the fuck that stuff is.
Yeah, I think the Joe Briggs era kind of left me by. But I heard he's still working on Shutter, so he still has his own host show through that platform. But yeah, I wasn't around um, when his host show was like a huge thing on television. Now, great horror TV shows. I mean, Tales of the Crypt is a big one that I can name off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Casper's question.
and even that, I've gone back to Tales from the Crypt, and it's like it isn't what it was to me. I mean, I still really like it, but when I was a kid, I remember it being scary, and now I realize that like, oh, a lot of this is goofy, man.
Yeah.
The first season's pretty good at having some scary stories. Then after that, the tone is very. That's something I'd like to see a reboot of, Tales from the Crypt. Actually, I'd really like to see HBO go back down that well and bring the Crypt Keeper back, because I love that format of that show. Scary television shows, I think there aren't many.
No.
I mean, there's scary anthology episodes of things, like there's Twilight Zone episodes or Tales from the Dark Side or that are scary episodes. But like the Twilight Zone wasn't a horror show, you know.
No, it wasn't. It
It,
wasn't full horror.
it was
It was just more
fantasy,
mystery.
science fiction. So I can't think. I mean, if one for me that I find creepy, Unsolved Mysteries, Robert Stack. I still think that holds up really well. Him narrating it and the format of it. Um, there's one episode of that where there's a guy he burns down a house, and they found footage of him, and he's filming the house as it's burning, and he's talking, and he's like, "I'm watching it burn. They said I wouldn't do it. I did it. I'm burning it. It's burning. They're dying." And it's like fucking scary as shit. I remember watching that show as a kid and always thinking the killer, they'd be like, "If you have any information on this man," and I always thought the guy was gonna come kill me or something when I was a kid, because I know who he is now. It's like, oh no, this guy on the TV's gonna come get me from Wisconsin. He's gonna drive all the way down to Texas to get me. I saw him on the TV. He knows I know. I didn't even think that like everybody's watching it. I think horror and television, that's an interesting thing, because I don't know if it's ever actually been done. I think horror elements have been done well in shows like Stranger Things but an actual horror show, off the top of my head, I can't think of one.
I will give this one out. I was really I am really impressed with Bates Motel. Though, if you're kind of peeved off of the whole modern day setting with, Psycho, don't be. I would say give that a watch, because I have watched Bates Motel on Netflix, and that was a really, as the show like goes along, it gets really good. And I do have my own copy of the entire show like in my collection. So that's one show I would definitely recommend. It's Bates Motel.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though? Like, it's not really a thing. Like the
No,
horror TV show. I mean, I could think of entertaining, like, goofy horror TV shows that are fun to watch, but I can't think of, like, a scary television show. I feel like there has to be one, but man, I know TV pretty well, and I can't fucking think of a single one. I would love to think of. I mean, there's kind of many. I mean, I guess True Detective had some horror elements to it. You know, like there's some Lovecraftian stuff at play there. But it is weird. That's a good point. I mean, I know there's big shows like American Horror Story, but I fucking hate American Horror Story, and I hate Ryan Murphy.
yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Ryan Murphy.
But I would like, I've always said that with some franchises like Nightmare on Elm Street. I've always said I think they shouldn't try to do movies. I think they should try to do a television show. I've always wanted to do a show about Weston Hills, just Dream Warriors, the series where the kids are at the asylum. There's some things I would like to see turned into franchises. I mean, there's stuff like Haunting of Hill House. There has been stuff that's horror that's been decent. That's a show, but a consistent like horror television show. I mean, I guess if you want to say Twin Peaks, because Twin Peaks has a lot of horror there, and David Lynch stuff can be pretty fucking scary. It's funny how David Lynch can make something so. Oh, you're bringing up anime. That's a good point. Paranoia Agent, Yomishiba, I believe is the name of the show. I guess there's stuff like that that's good. So I bring up that there is some anime. I'll take anime has good horror shows. But live action shows, I can't think of many. But you're right about that. The anime actually has some really good horror shows that I've seen. It is weird that America hasn't tried to like hit that market more. It is weird. There's not like I can't like HBO never did like a big horror TV show or something like that. Cause even Walking Dead, that was, I mean, I like the first season, but that was zombies. It wasn't straight horror.
Yeah.
So
you think there'd be a market for television shows you can take with horror, especially how big it's blown up
yeah,
with films recently.
that's weird for me. I didn't even think about that until someone mentioned. I'm like, there really isn't like these big horror shows. Grimm, yeah. Hannibal, maybe the Hannibal TV show, but even that was sort of like a thriller procedural show too. I can't think of something that was like straight horror. Yeah, I know HBO turned down The Walking Dead, and that's unfortunate because I think it would have been a lot better on HBO. That's a lot. They turned down Mad Men too. Mad Men got turned down on fucking HBO. A lot of these big shows. And then Breaking Bad got turned down everywhere. AMC picked up all these shows that got rejected everywhere else, and they all became huge fucking shows.
Yeah.
Could you imagine you turned down Breaking Bad? Jesus Christ. How big that got. Or Walking Dead, it became the #1 show for a while. Yeah, people really... Zombies, man. That's one that became overexposed, man. I always loved zombie movies, and now I'm so sick of fucking zombies. There was that point, there was so much zombie shit. Every other fucking... Like, it's when Zombieland and Walking Dead and all that shit was coming out, there was so much zombie stuff. And I was really happy, because I was like, oh man, finally, zombies are, like, mainstream. And then it just got fucking run into the ground, because I was like, yeah, I don't think the genre has unlimited potential.
No, I mean, you could word the premise very thinly. But yeah, I do remember that period where it was just nothing but zombie media. And to a point, yeah, it just really got old. They even tried to turn it into comedy, especially much further in after Zombieland. There was this film that I'm sure it's forgotten about at this point, which is good. It's called Scouts versus the Zombie Apocalypse, which is a fucking awful movie.
Yeah, and then there was that Dead Bodies movie or whatever, like romantic zombie movie.
Is that the one with Dane DeHaan?
No, it's that guy from X-Men who played Beast.
Yeah, Warm Bodies.
Warm Bodies, yeah, that came out. There's all these fucking zombie movies and shit for like a few years. Oh yeah, Supernatural is good. I mean, yeah, if you want to go like that route, yeah, Supernaturals and the X-Files and stuff, yeah. But I don't know if I'd call those straight horror. But I get what you mean. They're more in kind of the Twilight Zone sort of anthology, like where they fight werewolves and vampire and different shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, X-Files has episodes that are fucking scary. There's an episode of the X-Files called Home, where it's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Mulder and Scully go into this fucking inbred redneck's house that's horrifying. There's another episode called X-Files Cops, where it's an episode of Cops, but with Mulder and Scully, and they're chasing around this thing that's like fear, and it's manifesting as different monsters and things to people. And it's done in this found footage style. Vince Gilligan actually wrote that episode, the guy who created Breaking Bad. That's fantastic. Like, yeah, I guess a good X-Files would be a good example of horror stuff done well on television. And a lot of those X-Files standalone episodes really hold up. The overarching mythology of the X-Files doesn't hold up at all and is fucking terrible. And Chris Carter just ruined his whole fucking franchise. I remember going to see the second X-Files movie, I Want to Believe, by myself in the theater at my local cinema at a 2:00 showing. And it was one of the worst fucking... I was like, wow, you fucking brought this back and it's fucking terrible. So that's what sucks about the X-Files. It's a slow, painful death. It really hurts on the rewatch because the overarching mythos just falls apart about season 6. But there's standalone episodes of the X-Files that are fucking amazing, that are timeless. There's one episode called Ice, which is just the Thing, but with Mulder and Scully. Yeah, it's great. I mean, no, I would tell you want to have a fun Halloween thing, just go watch those standalone episodes of the X-Files. They're great. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm as a fan of David Duchovny as anyone. I mean, Mulder and Scully are great. Twin
Yeah.
Peaks has some really fucking scary. I mean, the especially even the new season, The Return. There's some really fucking scary stuff. David Lynch always kind of plays that. There's that scene in Lost Highway where the guy just goes up to Bill Pullman at the party and he's like, "We've met before," and he's like, "Where?" And he's like, "At your house. I'm there right now." And he's like, "That's fucking crazy." And then he's like, "Call me." And he hands him a cell phone, and then Bill Pullman calls his house, and he answers the phone. He's like, "I told you I was here." And he's like, "How is this happening?" And then they both start laughing, the guy in front of him at the party, and then the guy on the phone's laughing. And then he's like, "Give me back my phone." It's like shit like that's pretty great. So there's stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, but that's all I could think of. It's like anthology type shows like that, or episodic shows like that. A show with like an overarching storyline that's scary. I would like to see that though.
It's difficult to name out because there's very few of that.
I think it would just be hard to do too. How do you make a scary TV show where every episode has to be fucking scary? You know? And you have to that would be very tough to do. I mean, the way I would see it is maybe if you took something that would work as a movie and try to extend it to like a show for a few episodes, like, you know, you could flesh out concepts of things like Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th or the first Scream. I know they did a Scream television series later, but the first Scream could have been like a 6-episode TV show. You know, you could do more with that. I'd actually like to see Friday 13th, you know, like the whole thing where the camp counselors are at the summer camp and shit like that.
Yeah. They're on mostly teen shows, so like judging from like stuff like Scream Queens or the Scream series, it's just like it's not really like it doesn't come across as horror. It's more like snarky like teen comedies is what they come across. So I can't really put them in.
Yeah, they're all like Joss Whedon wannabes. There's a lot of like trying to be Buffy or
Kevin Williamson.
Yeah, Kevin Williamson, Dawson's Creek, one of my favorites. Dawson's Creek, yeah, it has that great episode where they're like the girl's doing the seance at the house and there's a killer in the town and it's pretty much Scream, but it's just an episode of Dawson's Creek. Fucking amazing. Maybe Madcap, maybe that's a show we'll do. Let's go pitch our horror show to a network or a streaming service and we'll get it made. We'll do the first official horror television show.
Yeah.
We could do it. We'll show run that shit. We could.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
I heard one time a pitch about a Friday 13th. I was talking to a friend once. I remember walking in and he said, "Hey, do you ever think about?" He said some guy just said to me online. He said, "Do you ever think about like a Friday 13th movie was like Dazed and Confused, where they were just hanging out and then at the end of like, then they all just like last day of school they all go to the camp and it's like likable characters and stuff like that. It's like Dazed, you know." And then at like halfway through, it turns into Friday 13th. And I'm like, you know, I feel fucking stupid that I've never thought of that idea before. And he's like, I feel the same way. I'm like, that's the way to do it. That would be great. Like, if you actually really like the people and you were hanging out with them, and then all of a sudden they start getting murdered.
Yeah. I mean, that's a key. I mean, you want to have likable characters so that way if they get killed off, then yeah, it would strike an impact.
Well, because Friday 13th for me is one that I heard Jay talk about this on Red Letter Media. I liked it later in life. When I was a kid, I always thought they were shitty. Because the problem is with the Friday 13th franchise is the MPAA cut out all the gory kills. So that's why whenever Jason kills anyone, it cuts away before you see anything. It's not that they didn't film them. They filmed them. There's a great documentary about that. Camp Crystal Lake Stories, I think it's called. And then they also did that documentary, Never Sleep Again. It's like a 7-hour documentary on the whole franchise. And they filmed them, but they cut them all. So that's what sucks is the kills. But I always liked Nightmare on Elm Street so much more when I was younger. I liked Freddy. I thought the movies were more interesting. Now that I'm an adult, I love the fucking Friday 13th movies because there's just that atmosphere of summer camp movies. And even though they're not scary and the kills aren't that great or the gore, I just really like being at Camp Crystal Lake. I particularly like the sixth movie, which feels more like a classic, like Universal monster movie. And on the opposite end, some of the Nightmare on Elm Street films have an age well for me. I have a really hard time watching like The Dream Child now and Freddy's Dead and All those, really, it's just kind of like the first three Nightmare movies, and then Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Those are the ones I don't really go back too much.
Yeah, I've not seen the second Nightmare on Elm Street, and I do have it in my collection. But yeah, for me, it's just like the only three in mine, or just the first movie, Dream Warriors, and New Nightmare.
All the ones Wes Craven had a hand in.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
I wish he would have
and,
godfathered that whole franchise, man.
yeah, because they did like try to squeeze him out from the second movie, so he had to come back in, or they had to bring him back in. New Line Cinema,
Yeah,
Bob
him and
Shea.
Bob Shea, butted heads the entire time. Well, he didn't really want to be involved with anymore after the first. He didn't even want there to be sequels. Originally, at the end of Nightmare, he just wanted it to be it was a dream. He didn't want to have he didn't want the cliffhanger kind of ending with the car and then the mom getting pulled through the window, which is the worst part of the first Nightmare on Elm Street is the dummy.
Yeah, that dummy. Man.
I hate that so much because that movie looks so good and a lot of the special effects have been aged too badly. But every time that dummy gets pulled through the window, I've seen that
Oh
movie in the
god.
theater like 3 times, and every time I see it in the theater, it's fucking scary as shit. The part with Tina is so overwhelming, but then, goddamn, that last shot, it's like, goddamn it, why'd you like that? Clearly looks like shit.
Yeah.
Like, why is that in there? Like,
I just watched it last night.
I think it's scarier if the mom's just waving and the girls are
Yeah.
jumping rope. I think that's creepier, but they do that like. Because Phantasm has a similar ending, but the Phantasm ending's badass.
Yeah, it
Where
is.
the tall man boy, they, but I met a lot of the cast members from the Phantasm movies.
Or
That's
at
been,
least if you're gonna have to, yeah, if you're gonna have the mom get attacked, just like cut to black as soon as the glove just pops out. Don't just
yeah.
fucking
Just
show the
have the
next
glove
shot.
grab her neck and she screams and then cut to black. Do one of those
Yeah.
immediate cuts, exactly. The dummy, no, because you see the guy pulling the dummy through too. It's so
Oh my
funny.
god, man.
It's so
Yeah.
bad. It's horrible. I mean, I hate to shit on it, but it's bad. Um, Wes Craven's New Nightmare genuinely has some really fucking scary scenes in it. It feels like proto Scream.
Yeah, it is Proto Scream. It's just like
Yeah.
it's like this postmodern approach to Elm
Yes.
Street, where yeah, it's centered around the real life people behind the movies, and so it plays like a commentary on like the horror audience and
Mm-hmm.
the yeah, just the impact of Elm Street that it has on the actors too, because one of the big I wouldn't say big, but one of the devices that they do in New Nightmare is Heather Langenkamp gets these calls from like a stalker. Well, we know it's Freddy, but in real life, she has encountered like actual stalkers who have watched her movies. But yeah, there's like this good meta aspect that
Mm-hmm.
predates Scream, and it's weird that Scream becomes like, even though I'm not knocking Scream down. Scream's a good movie, but it's
Yeah,
just kind of
dude.
weird. Like New Nightmare didn't really get the success that Scream did.
No, it was critically well reviewed like Scream, but yeah, it didn't do that. Well, I think it was just because they had made so many fucking Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I think people didn't know what it was either. I think people went to go see it and they thought it was a new Freddy. I mean, I remember it was even jarring when it came out. I remember being kind of like, what is this? And one of my only disappointments with that movie, because I really like that movie, is that there's not a scene with Robert Englund and Freddy.
Yeah,
When I first saw the movie, I thought Robert Englund was going to show up in the third act. It's cool that John Saxon shows up, but I always thought Robert Englund was going to show up and he was going to have to like face Freddy or something. It just almost seems like a missed opportunity. There's not a scene with Robert Englund and Freddy together, because I love that scene where I mean, there's a scene at the talk show when she talks to Robert Englund about Freddy, and that scene with Wes Craven. That stuff's all great. It almost
yeah.
it's more meta than Scream in a lot of ways. But Scream has that first fucking 15 minutes, and then it has the party hat scene at the half hour. That shit's just fucking. That shit's just aces. It feels like Craven isn't as celebrated or as famous as he was back in the day. Wes Craven used to be such a famous filmmaker. Like, he was like the horror king, and I don't know if the younger generation if Wes Craven's as big of a deal as he used to be back in the like 80s and 90s. I don't hear his name as much anymore. Wes Craven was such like a big deal to me. So he was smart, you know.
Yeah,
He was a professor and studied in psychology and all this stuff. And I think his movies are all very intelligent. Um, I even like a lot of his bad movies. I like Shocker. You know, I like a lot of his bad movies too. So I don't. Yeah, it feels like he's kind of been sort of forgotten about in time as well. It's unfortunate because I love Wes Craven.
yeah. And I think like the gateway to horror is definitely through Wes Craven. Uh, when you even if you want to start with his popular films like Scream or Elm Street, like people should really go backwards and even dig into some of his more obscure movies. Um, and I'm very enthusiastic to Last House on the Left, his original film.
Yeah, Casper, Red Letter Media doesn't like Wes Craven. I think they say that Nightmare on Elm Street's good, and then they say all of his other stuff's bad. I'm pretty sure that because they do a Nightmare on Elm Street commentary on their website, and I think they say they don't like any of his movies except the first Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Not even New Nightmare. Shame on them.
I think they're right. I think Jay. You know, it seems like sometimes that Mike hates everything. Sometimes Mike just seems like the most. He like represents the most like cynical, jaded, hurt fan of movies ever. Sometimes it feels like where he tries to say George Lucas was never good and got lucky, or he sometimes has these sort of theories that I think are a little airheaded. Even though I'm as big of a fan of Mike as any. I love that guy, but
Yeah, I really enjoy Red Letter Media too.
opinion wise, I agree with Jay more. Me and Jay have pretty similar tastes in movies. As I hear him bring up Frank Henenlotter and movies like The Reflecting Skin, and and stuff, and he really likes David Lynch. You know, I'm more of like with Jay than I am with Mike. I think comedically, Mike's like one of the funniest dudes ever. Maybe, like I think Mike's like a great comedian.
Yeah, the dude's really shaped himself too, because back then when they were getting Half in the Bag like started, like he just looks like a geek, and now he's like the most like uh chiseled, handsome member of the group. It's just very bizarre looking back
That's the
because it wasn't even
funniest
that
part
good
of
looking. Yeah,
that's the funniest part of the Red Letter Media mythology is that Mike was like this handsome guy when he was younger, and now he's just this fat drunk slob who looks older than he is. And Rich has always kind of been rich. He's just bald now. And then Jay was like had awful teeth, was a little chubby, and yet now he looks 30 and he's like 40 and he's really handsome. The beard did that guy a lot of favors, man. It's like shit. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
He completely transformed as a guy who has a beard, I must say. But yeah, that blue. No, it's so funny. Like, yeah, there's always this theory that Jay's been like sucking the youth out of Mike and Rich for the last 10 years. He's been gaining their power. Wish that Red Letter Media would review foreign and animated. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of YouTubers in my, which I try to do on this channel, is talk about foreign films and animated films. Because I feel like a lot of people, even a lot of times when you see stuff like, there's a podcast I love called The Rewatchables on The Ringer with Bill Simmons. It's one of my favorite podcasts. They only talk about American movies from like the 80s and 90s. They never talk about anything else. They never do an animated film. Whenever Screen Junkies would do movie fights, it would always just be like, debate your favorite Star Wars movie, that kind of shit. I'm kind of getting sick of everything always being fucking Star Wars.
Yeah, we have the OT, and I'm at that point where I'm just better off with just the OT when we didn't have anything else that followed because both eras with the prequels and the sequel trilogy really just like killed killed any interest I would have in Star Wars, and I think it's mainly just with expectations. I think people just hype Star Wars too much when they should just treat it as like every other film franchise. I mean, yeah, aesthetically and stylistically, it's unique in that American sensibility of like, yeah, we have just this franchise for the American film industry, but I mean, quite frankly, just in like it's not really like it doesn't really like stand out over like some of the other franchises we've seen post the OT.
All right, so let's just do some speed round things to wrap up this whole thing. So let me throw this out at you here. I'm curious.
Yeah.
What's the most scared you've ever been watching a movie? What's the thing that scared you the most watching the movie? And let's try to avoid when you were a kid, because I don't even think that's fair. Because, of course, when you're a kid, you're going to be... I used to be scared of shadowy objects in the room when I was a kid. So
Oh, yeah.
can
Go
you
ahead.
think of a horror movie scene? Like, what's the one that stands out to you the most? Is there one that really fucks you up? Hard to go back to?
Um, are we going back as far? Sorry, are we going back as far as like high school?
Yeah, you could
I'm
do that. I'm
sorry.
just saying, just don't, not a kid. Don't be like, because if I was being honest, it's probably when I was like a little kid. The leprechaun used to scare me really when I was real little, and I used to have nightmares and stuff. Yeah,
Okay, right. I got you. Um,
or the trolls from Ernest Scared Stupid when I was a kid. That was although those trolls are still fucking scary.
yeah, it's just like yeah, any film you watch when you were a kid, whether it's just like a Jim Henson movie. I mean, of course, like stuff like that's gonna
Yeah,
give
Labyrinth is
you that.
fucking scary, man. Jesus Christ.
Over Dark Crystal, I doubt
No,
it.
no, no. Both are scary. I'm just saying that part in Labyrinth when I was a kid where those things like they take their heads off. And they're like, let's take her head. I was like, what the fuck? And David Bowie's giant penis really scared me as a child as well.
Yeah, that bulge. Okay.
I know you're on the spot, but
Yeah, I would. I would have to pick like. I would definitely have to pick three different scenes. If I want to just like make this more interesting, it would have to be yeah, Last House on the Left when the girls are being taken out in the woods and they're just doing like this very perverse shit by Krug and his gang. It
mm-hmm.
gets really depressing, and then um you have like this moment of flight where one of them like tries to run away and goes to the highway to find somebody to help them, but then it was the Phyllis character. Phyllis gets caught by Krug and the other criminals, and she gets like stabbed to death to the point where she's like disemboweled, which is yeah, man, stuff like that is just so unsettling. And then they turn to Mary Collingwood, where she just gets carved with Krug's name, and gets raped by Krug, and then just wanders into the lake and gets shot. That's one that really sticks me out. And I would also note Rosemary's Baby with the ending because
Yeah.
yeah, because it's not just like demon worshippers. It's just like throughout the whole movie, it's pretty much just like, and this is gonna lead into my third choice for scary moment. It's just like with like that old couple next door, and the gynecologist that Rosemary consults with, and all these people just around her that they hold like these wealthy institutionalized roles in society, and they just kind of like manipulate her in a way uh, she where she eventually catches winds of the fact that there is a plot going on with her pregnancy. And then when it all finally just comes into full circle with the ending, it's
Hail Satan!
yeah. I mean, it's funny because I mean, I watched a lot of South Park episodes like that before Rosemary's Baby,
I'll
but
say nowadays I find that funny, the Hail Satan part, but back when I first saw Rosemary's Baby and they're all just saying that and how just how blunt it is.
yeah,
Like how
it's
just
just like
we love Satan. Like, yeah, no, Satan's can't. Like, no, we love your son. It's so, and yeah, it's fucked up.
yeah, and it leads into like yeah, just my fear of with a lot of horror films. It's just like yeah, people like that exist where they're occupying these social roles, these institutional roles that they could just like use their power to just kind of like manipulate you or just play to their benefit. inner ways of getting you.
Well, it's also
So
just
yeah,
fucked up that her husband. I mean, what I always found fucked up is that the fact that her husband sold her basically off to get raped to Satan so he could further his film career. That she didn't even make a deal with the devil. That her husband made a deal with the devil.
yeah, the husband is a colossal, is like fucking scum in body. He's a real piece of shit. And yeah, it's kind of interesting where it kind of plays with the ambiguity where if the devil is real or if he's not, but the real devil is her husband overall.
I always thought a funny Key and Peele sketch would be something Shaniqua's Baby, where Key comes out and he's like Jordan Peele's there and he's Shaniqua and he's talking about like how Satan isn't raising this baby and he's holding like a little demon baby, and then Key comes out and he's dressed up in like the Rosemary's Baby Satan outfit with the hands and stuff, and then Maury's like, "You are the father," and he like freaks out. Like a Maury thing, but it's this Satan from Rosemary's Baby. All right, what's your third, sir?
So my third, and this is a good segue, would be the invasion of the body snatchers, and that's when Donald Sutherland, Jeff Goldblum, Veronica Cartwright, and oh my god, I forgot the other actress's name.
Isn't it Lois Lane, right?
No, it's not Margot. It's not Margot Kidder. Let me find that here.
She's in that though, isn't she?
No,
Yeah.
no, she's not in it. She's in Black Christmas. Margot Kidder.
She's also in Amityville. She looks a lot like the chick in the woman that Donald Sutherland's with. She looks a lot like her.
Brooke Adams.
Yeah, they look
So
alike. God, Margot Kidder was
yes,
such a fox back then, like Black Christmas Margot Kidder.
she was.
I love
Yeah,
Black Christmas, man.
she had that she had that look that resembled like like a cute biker chick
I just miss
without
how
looking
like
too emo.
70s and 80s there was that movie that Ty West made, this for like House of the Devil or whatever, and there was the chick in that and she looked like a girl from like the 70s or 80s, and it's like, why don't girls look like this anymore? Like the final girl in a slasher, like sometimes I watch those slasher movies or anything and I'm like, girls have never looked more beautiful than they do in these movies. And just the promise of just like sex everywhere, it's
Yeah,
also just like they all have big hair and like beautiful faces and like they all have nice and the way they dress, and it's like they all just want to have sex with you. Like a reality I've never found. Maybe that's how it was in 1983. I don't know. Maybe before AIDS, but it's weird. It's like it's weird how people look different in different decades. People don't look the same.
yeah, I would say this. Heather Langenkamp back in 1984.
Oh, dude, that scene where she's like putting her shirt on and you just see her back in the first time on Elm Street for a minute.
Yeah,
It's like, god damn.
and yeah, she's not far. Uh, they didn't doll her up. Like she does come across as like the girl next door, like somebody that you hang around with in high school or in grade school,
That
that you
chick, that
that you
chick
live
that's the
next
lead
to.
in Hellraiser. She's
Oh,
also
Ashley
really,
Lawrence.
yeah, Ashley Lawrence. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I will say this. I met both those actresses, and I enjoyed Heather Langenkamp meeting her in person than I did with Ashley Lawrence.
Yeah, I was at a con Ashley Lawrence was at, but I didn't go meet her. But I remember she was there. But I've heard Heather's very nice.
Heather's awesome, and
Yeah.
yeah, and I even said this to her, like while Freddie's been like the focus for Elm Street and for New Line's foundation, Heather's essentially like the heart of the franchise, which is why I stay close to those three movies.
All right, back to
So
your thing. Yeah.
my third scary moment that I watched and this is when I was 25 when I watched this movie the first time. So, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1978. So yeah, it's a scene where Donald Sutherland, Brooke Adams, Veronica Cartwright, and Jeff Goldblum they're at Sutherland's place, and you know they're sleeping while Veronica Cartwright keeps watch, and then it's a scene where they're slowly being like duplicated by the pods, and it's and there's not like a whole lot of like visceral body horror throughout that movie. It's mostly just psychological. There's a lot of paranoia setting in where reality is kind of like you're slowly starting to see that reality is like twisting itself to these characters, and yeah, the big payoff moment is definitely when they are being copied by the pods, and their bodies are just like forming out in this very embryo like like a baby just getting birth. It's very creepy, and the fact that it's happening right next to Sutherland while he's asleep, it's just like
Mm-hmm.
it's so unsettling. And then Veronica wakes them up right before they're about to die in the final process, and so all the yeah, so the police and the fire and like all the townspeople like invade Sutherland's house because we know at that point like uh the pods have already taken so much of San Francisco to the point where it's too late to act in any level against this threat. And yeah, they all go to Sutherland's house, and right before they take off, Sutherland kills his pod clone. And there's a very horrifying shot where when he kills his clone, like all the pod people just like they shriek out, and there's a very terrifying shot where it's just kind of like underlit on their faces, and as he just kind of give out that iconic shriek, it was so fucking terrifying. It's just like, and that's a movie that the next day I couldn't really like look at people the same way. So that's my third moment.
I love that part where Jeff Goldblum's like, "Do you own a gun?"
Oh yeah, why
Th-
wouldn't he have a gun, man? I mean, at some point you gotta own a gun.
That movie, that's up there with The Thing when it comes to remake. That was Philip Kaufman, right?
Yeah, Philip Kaufman.
Yeah, did the
And
right stuff. Great filmmaker. That movie's on a whole other fucking level. That movie, like almost the documentary style it has too, the aesthetic it has. And I like the original film a lot, but I'm sort of not in this James Rolfe camp where he thinks like all the old '50s movies are superior to those ones. I much prefer the remake of Body Snatchers and The Thing to the originals. But
yeah, and I prefer the remake of The Thing over
oh
the Thing from
yeah,
Another World.
yeah, and I like those movies. Like I like the Blob remake a lot more than the old Blob movie. Uh, the '88 Blob's just kind of fucking great. That's got some of the best special effects I've ever seen. That was one when I was young. It really fucking scared me. Was the
The Blob
'80s?
cover.
Yeah, well, just the fucking every time somebody's body gets fucking in that movie is like it's fucking gross. That scene where they're at the theater too, and it's on the fucking ceiling with the kids and shit. It's
Yeah,
fucking horrifying. I mean, the special effects are in that movie are fucking. I think that was Chuck Russell did that one.
yeah, it was Chuck Russell who
Yeah,
came off of Dream Warriors, and
and,
even New Line turned it down for some strange reason.
and did The Mask with Jim Carrey, his biggest movie.
Yeah, yeah,
Love
yeah. The
Chuck.
Blob remake is awesome.
Love Chuck Russell. One of the only guys who
Yeah,
really got that like Looney Tunes thing, sort of like a Joe Dante kind of a director. Very talented. Um, yeah, those are all really interesting choices. They weren't ones I was expecting. Really interesting with the Last House on the Left and the Body Snatchers ones, because those are very like they're choices. They're all very gritty. Those aren't very
yeah,
stylistic horror films. They're all very gritty horror films.
yeah. And the Last House on the Left, I was kind of at a bad place, which is where yeah, that moment kind of like benefited the impact I got from that scene. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it really sticks close to me. That whole movie, and and yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for being exposed to it in middle school, I would definitely say yeah, the blood test, obviously, from The Thing.
So let me ask you this then: what movie do you think horror-wise that was hyped up for you? Were you most disappointed in? Was there one that everyone always said, "Oh, this is one of the greatest horror movies of all time," and you watched it and you're like, "What the fuck?"
I would say Hereditary right off the bat because
I don't mean a
that
modern
movie was
one. I mean like a famous, iconic one. I get that one obviously, but I mean like a
oh
like a night, like one that's like if you had watched Body Snatchers and you hadn't liked it, you know what I mean? Or if you didn't like Nightmare on
Okay.
Elm Street, is there like a famous one that maybe you don't even dislike it, but you were it wasn't what you thought it would be. It was hyped up to be. Is there like a I feel like the first Friday the 13th isn't very good until Bama Voorhees shows up and the jump
I
scare
would
at the
say
end.
Friday the 13th, but I wasn't really like hyped to see it
Yeah, is there one
by
that you were
anybody.
hyped to see just because you
That's
heard
kind of
about it for so many years or something?
man, that's really tough to say. Um, yeah, I'm on another spot here, so this might take a while for me to think about it. In fact, I'm gonna have to pull out a list of horror films that I've seen.
I mean, that's fine if
Um,
you can't think of one. I mean, maybe you didn't see one. Maybe you didn't see one like that people talked about. And it was
no, I wouldn't say Fatal Attraction because initially I did enjoy it, even though like now it probably doesn't really hold up well for me.
Adrian Lin. He made Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah, Jacob's Ladder is like a better film than
Oh
Fatal
yeah,
Attraction.
Jacob's Ladder's like easily although it's kind of become more famous now, but that was easily one of the most underrated movies of all time for like 20 years. Jacob's Ladder
Yeah.
is truly like one of those horror films that feels like a work of art. It's like Adrian Lynn's this great filmmaker, but he just didn't make a lot of great movies. Like his filmmaking is because he's very Hitchcock-esque, and like Flashdance isn't great, Fatal Attraction's dated, Indecent Proposal. He's done all these movies, but man, Jacob's Ladder, like shit, that really makes an argument for that guy, big time. Like
Um.
it's so good.
Yeah. To your question, man, I don't really have an answer. Perhaps maybe if we do get in touch with another stream, I could probably like bring it back. But I don't know. Well, to your first question, what's your what's a scary moment across horror that has made an impression on you?
I like somebody saying Psycho for them as the one disappointed. That's funny because I've always loved Psycho, even when I was
I love
young.
Psycho. This is
Yeah,
the
me
worst part
too.
of it. It's just the psychiatrist scene.
Yeah, that is. Luckily, that like yeah, it would also just kind of the second half in general when the other characters start to come in. It's just not as. I mean, it's still great, but it's like the less Norman Bates in that movie, it's not better off. Like whenever Norman Bates is on screen, it's like this movie fucking kicks ass. And the first like half hour of Psycho is just perfect. I mean, the scene with
The other
him and her talk. It's just the other ones. I don't like that Anthony Perkins is giving this naturalism performance, and a lot of the other actors who come in are giving like a 1940s more performance.
Yeah, because that was the style for a lot of films and acting back then.
Yeah,
Just
and
like this
and
very
Hitchcock's playing with naturalism in that movie. That's what made it feel so innovative. And it's weird that other people are kind of they're acting where Norman Bates feels like a real person.
yeah.
I don't know if that was intentional, like maybe that's part of it psychologically, but um I've never quite even though like yeah, Psycho's like easily one of my favorite movies ever. It's just one of those movies where you really think about it like, oh, what a great fucking movie. Like and as famous as it is, but when you actually stop and take a step back away from it and really look at it, you're like, man, just the story of that movie and the scenes in that movie,
Yeah.
everything about it, it's just hard not and that you can watch it like 100 times. And it's one of those movies that everybody kind of likes. Your mom likes Psycho, your friends will like Psycho, it's like but it's because I've just said with people sometimes and it's like, oh, it's obviously Psycho, but sometimes you get away from it and you're always like um you're like, God damn, just the structure of that movie. Just the way
Those two,
this
because back then you wouldn't expect like Janet Leigh to be
no.
killed off, and then it just
No.
subverts you to uh, be invested in Norman Bates, and yeah, just the filmmaking is just
Yeah.
like top tier class. Because one of the things that does strike out in the film is just like it just comes across with that black and white choice for filming it. It just comes across as like a modern day universal like monster movie like a Frankenstein or a Dracula because
Well,
the shots in the house are
Yeah.
haunting as shit.
I've always
Like the
shocked how
long
that movie
shots.
hasn't dated. I've always wondered how that movie still plays very well in 2020. It doesn't feel like this
Mhm.
time capsule of the 60s. Like, well, if you saw it back then and you didn't know Janet Leigh was going to die, it'd be pretty great. It's funny, you could still watch Psycho. Like, I could watch it right now and just have a great time.
Yeah.
Um, First movie to show a toilet, yeah.
Well, I don't have any issues with like the acting in the second half, except for that horrible over-explaining psychiatrist scene,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
it
I
just
don't have
like,
issues with the acting. It's just like the characters are a little bland. The sister and the boyfriend and the detective. Oh, actually, I like the detective, but
yeah, Arbogast.
yeah, but yeah, it's just one of those things. Just like the first, like, I mean, luckily, yeah, like the third act's fucking amazing, and obviously when he kills the detective, there's that great overhead shot where he comes out of the room with the knife. That's amazing. That's still one of the great like shots of any. That might be the best slasher shot, but that's up there with me with the moment in Exorcist 3 in the hospital with the nurse with the judge. Just fucking great. To your point, I have a few. I'm trying to pin down to like what's the one, because I don't want to give like six answers. I want to think like, because I've seen so many. I'm trying to think what's the one that really really fucks me up that I just like. So I'm trying to think what's one that was completely and utterly, because there's almost some unfair, because there's been points that I've been on some substances and watched movies that have made me more scared than I probably would have been otherwise. Like one time I went to go see Nightmare on Elm Street with a group of friends in Pittsburgh several years ago, and I had gotten some substances from a guy, and we were walking. It was a great night. It was it was like the fall, and we were walking around the neighborhood smoking this thing, trying to. We didn't. The movie didn't start for like an hour, so we went and ate Chinese food, and then we hung out at this bar for a while that had Halloween decorations, which was great. But then we went around and we were smoking this thing through this neighborhood, and we were walking by the fences and stuff, and it was just great atmosphere, and we got really 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 messed up. So we went to the theater to go see the movie, and I almost like couldn't buy my ticket, and we went to the bathroom at one point, me and my one friend. We were there. There was four of us, four guys, and then the one guy was there with his girlfriend. So me and the one guy went to go to the bathroom, and I went and took a piss, and I don't know what he was doing. I thought maybe he was taking a shit or something, or maybe he was freaking out. So I leave the bathroom, and I'm gone for like maybe 10 minutes, and I start to get really worried about him. I start thinking about like Scream 2 or something, and I get really freaked out. And I'm like, he's dead. And I go to the bathroom, and I almost don't want to open the door because I'm so scared that he's dead and the person's going to kill me next. And I go to open the door, and he's just in there in the stall. And then later we're all talking, and my other friend came up to me and he said, "Hey, earlier when he was in that bathroom for a while, did you think he was dead?" I go, "I did. What the fuck? Why did we both think he was dead?" So then we take a group photo and we go set in the theater, and I was so fucked up that I was so scared throughout that whole movie, like so scared, probably the most scared I've ever been in my life, like just so overwhelmed visually by everything that was happening. Um, and then we went out walking afterwards, and I remember trying to kind of shake it off. So there's been moments like that where I've been, or like I watched Suspiria one time, and I was coming off of something else that I was doing the night before. I mean, I was like tripping, and I was coming down, and I watched Suspiria at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and that wasn't a fun experience. Fucking, dude, like holy shit. Uh, Especially the part where the girl like falls in the wires and shit. She like falls through that trap, and she's like getting all cut up. I was like, what the fuck? Because it looked like there was a
Oh,
million of them. So I was like, holy shit. So I've had moments like that where I've never been that scared in my life and stuff like that. Where it's just like you're shaking and you're freaking the fuck out. Um so I've had that, but I'm trying to think what's the scene that I have a hard time going back to, because I really like how specific your answers are. that they're not iconic scenes necessarily, but more just kind of scenes in these movies that really kind of fucked you up and you think about them. But you know, I guess it's funny because there's some things that have done that to me that they're not necessarily like straight horror movies. There's just things that I think are visually so fucked up in in a movie that it's just messed with me so much that that they're almost just so gross or disgusting. They freak me out so much it like make my skin crawl. That they're so upsetting. You know what I mean? Like things like you know at the end of Frankenhooker where he's got the boobs and everything and the women put him back together. Like I have such a hard time looking at that. Um, like it just bothers me so much. It's like I can't even like look at that fucking thing. Or like a lot of the shit in Candyman is that way for me. It's just like I can't even look at it at some points. It's so fucking Heavenly Creatures has moments like that. The Peter Jackson film, which isn't even a horror film, but it's like there's some movies that are just so strange. The tone of them is so strange. You know, Bernard Rose and Peter Jackson films are very much that way. Their early films, at least, you know, that they're just so bizarre when you're watching them, or even yeah, even the first Sleepaway Camp. It has moments that are so strange. In particular, the ending.
Yeah, because you're a huge fan of Sleepaway Camp.
The whole trilogy. Yeah, my favorite slasher villain is Angela Baker. I like her more than Freddy, Jason, and Mike Myers and all of them. My favorite is Angela Baker in that trilogy. Which is funny if I ever get called a transphobe because I was on the whole trans bandwagon forever ago. I was like, "What, guys? I've seen The Crying Game. What the fuck do you want from me?" That should give me some validity to what I say. Like, god damn it. God, this is harder than I thought it'd be because I've just so many are waving through my mind like an ocean.
Would you go with John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness? Because you mentioned the ending.
When I was the ending when he goes to touch the mirror is definitely very scary. Well, just the footage of the future in Prince of Darkness, and seeing the apocalypse. That's very horrifying to me for some reason. When he goes to touch the mirror, I find that very, very scary. Because I guess it's not necessarily has to be a visceral moment. It could just be something psychologically that bothers you deeply. Where we're thinking about it is so fucked up. But with that, you could bring up stuff like the ending of Seven, things like that are just sort of disturbing to think about. Where you're like, oh, I don't like to think about that sometimes. Or like, some things that have just so disturbed. There's this movie called In the Company of Men by Neil LaBlute, and it's got an ending that's so fucked up. And sometimes I just, like, I'm doing something, I'm at work or I'm hanging around the house and I think about it and I'm like, ugh. Like, that's really messed up. I just got... You should watch that movie sometime. I don't know, Criterion's never released that movie. It's this great movie from... Aaron Eckhart's in it. It's like from 1996 or something. But it's got one of the most fucked up endings I've ever seen. And it's all just dialogue. That's the stuff that's really impacted me. A lot of things is dialogue. Like Todd Solondz's films. Like Happiness. Movies where dialogue is as powerful as anything I've ever seen visually. That's bothered me, where it's like, what the fuck? Why is this bothering me so much? Just because someone saying something can be so disturbing to one's mind as much as something that could be seen. Because I guess it always ends up being about feeling, how something makes you feel. And you translate that, I guess I'll go with the Prince of Darkness thing because I can't think of an answer off the top of my head. That is one that fucks with me. I think about that ending sometimes. Not just the ending, though. It's just the whole... Throughout the movie, there's this running thing of footage from the future being sent back in time. And there's something about the parallel universe or dimensional or physics about that. There's something very science fiction-y about it, but that it keeps showing this haunting outcome in the future and that it's tied to the devil. And then the way it ends with the mirror, that is very, like... Especially using mirrors as a way to contain evil or something like that, and how the evil of our own reflections is a pretty interesting concept to me.
Yeah, I got most of Copper's filmography. I know Prince of Darkness is on my list to collect next. So yeah, I might definitely give that a chance and buy it at
It's
some day.
his underrated movie for sure. I mean, for a long time, I
Hmm.
think They Live was that movie, but I think They Live's become really popular the last 15, 20
Oh, it's
years.
relevant as hell.
But
Yeah.
Prince of Darkness is definitely the overlooked one because it isn't as good as The Thing, and it really suffers that Kurt Russell isn't the lead. They cast a guy who basically should be Kurt Russell because the guy from Big Trouble in Little China, like the Asian sidekick, he's in it. Donald Pleasance is in it. So it just feels like Kurt Russell should be the lead. And it's just not quite as well written as some of John Carpenter's other classics, but as far as like the scares go and the overall concept, it's got stuff in it that's like I think's up there with like The Thing. There's moments in it that I really do think are like I actually think it has concepts in it that might be the scariest stuff out of any of his movies. It's not as executed as well as some of his other stuff. But I've always loved Prince of
Yeah.
Darkness.
Yeah. I would really need to give that a watch someday.
Yeah, definitely. You should check that out. Okay, so I guess to wrap up here, we're getting pretty soon. Although I could talk forever about this stuff, because God, we could talk about Candyman, or we could talk about Nosferatu, including Werner Herzog's remake of it, which I love. We could talk about Vampire. We could all sorts of stuff, and there's just so much to cover with this. I didn't really think about that. There's just so much to talk about. You could do like 5 podcasts on horror movies.
Yeah, because there are specific eras I would like to
Mm-hmm.
cover once when I put more focus onto my channel. Like I could probably go out of my way to talk about, how horror blew up in the '70s, and then the whole revolution and rebellion phase in the '80s, and how horror outside of the '70s were like back then there was a lot of class being handled with horror in the '70s, and then '80s you just like it just ran rampant where you could like make horror comedies, horror musicals, horror slashers, just everywhere. And the '80s were a good time for everybody to just like you weren't expecting to see like a classic horror film, but it was just a way to like spend time with your friends, go out on a Friday night and just watch something, which I was always fascinated by, especially more so nowadays since like with a lot of media just throwing back to the '80s, and I've watched a lot of like '80s
Hmm.
films, especially with horror that
Oh,
captivated me.
I could say right
Yeah,
now, I'm not more jealous of anything. Over being in like the Renaissance and hanging out with like fucking Hemingway, or like being there in the '60s with the Beatles, or any of that shit. Any era to live in. I am more jealous than anything else than because I feel like I would have honestly hated to live in the fucking '80s in reality. I think I would have like I think there's always a fantasy and nostalgia fetish about the time that people lived in when you didn't actually live in it. I'm sure there's a lot of shit about the '80s I would have fucking hated. 100%. But
yeah, yeah, I
having
agree.
said that, I'm so jealous of people who got to live in the '80s and go see all those horror movies and slasher movies at the local cinema in that time. I'm so because that's never going to come back like it was then. You can go kind of recreate it a little bit, like me going to see Nightmare on Elm Street with my friends, or you go see like a Friday 13th marathon, or you have friends over and you watch stuff. I had a friend over recently. We watched Samurai Cop. You can kind of recreate the feelings, but to actually be there at the time from like 1978 to like 1988, if I could have went to the theater and seen, because God, the movies were like $2 a ticket back then too, bro. I would have saw Nightmare on Elm Street like 20 times, no question. And just
Yeah,
the idea of going to see those movies with your friends and drinking beer, I don't know, doing cocaine, fuck it, it's the '80s, but going and drinking beer with your bros and going to see them. Maybe you're hanging out with some girls, you're on a date, going with a girl on a date to see some of those movies. I mean, like, oh my God. To go see
yeah, that
all
was the shit.
the Friday the 13th movies, just to eat the
Yeah,
popcorn. And some of the years they'd be releasing several of them. And you could go see, and let alone that, you could go see Star Wars, or fuck it, Die Hard, and all those movies were coming out too. but just to go see
Mhm.
those horror movies. Like, I would have saw
Yeah.
The Thing in 1982, and I wouldn't have been like, I would have been like, this is fucking great. Fuck E.T. Um, it
Yeah,
just,
definitely.
if I could just that's the fucking time I would love to just go experience. I would love to go experience like that fucking 8 years or so where there was all those horror movies, because that decade stands out because I even like the bad ones from that decade.
Yeah, because there were a lot of films that, of course, they were panned or not really hailed as classics, as like a Nightmare on Elm Street or The Thing. But you still go out and watch these movies and still have a good time, and yeah, I think that's for the most part is what you want to get for the bare minimum. It's just you just want to watch a well entertaining movie. Let me answer some of these chats here. Casper, on your movies, you should definitely return Tremors if you do receive it in the mail because there's a really awesome limited edition by Arrow that's coming out this December. So definitely return Tremors right away. Um, Brian is asking on Assault on Precinct 13. Yes, you should definitely buy Assault on Precinct 13. Not even watch, just go ahead and buy on Amazon. That's a good movie. Like essentially his run from that movie to They Live, as far as my collection goes, is worth collecting.
I'd even say
Um,
beyond that, to get At the Mouth of Madness, Village of the Damned, I even think John Carpenter's Vampires isn't that bad. I actually think John Carpenter's run goes pretty far. I mean, don't get me wrong; those are the lesser John. Actually, At the Mouth of Madness is actually pretty great. But, yeah, I don't actually think there was really that career dip that other people do. I think he like had a great run from like, yeah, the '70s all the way into the early '90s. But you're right; the golden era is like Assault and Halloween and Escape from New and Christine and The Fog and Starman and all those movies are just all.
Starman's great, yeah.
I know it's like a
And
Spielberg film.
yeah, and it's weird because on concept with Starman, you would just kind of find it creepy in a way, but like only John Carpenter could have pulled it off, and it's a really good romantic like sci-fi film.
Karen Allen,
Um,
man.
yeah. Well, before we can close it off, I mean,
Yeah,
I
we
want
could
to
we could
go
talk
back
about
to
some more stuff with like ideas and stuff like that.
yeah, I want to go back to your second question that I was unable to answer. What's a film? What's a horror film that you were hyped up on, but you were kind of disappointed watching?
A few. Um, that I like these movies, by the way. So let me make that clear. People think if you think something's overrated, you think it's bad, or if you think something's underrated, you think it's like amazing, which isn't true. Deep Red, Dario Argento, which is a movie I like quite a bit, but I always heard it was a masterpiece and his best movie, and it was like Hitchcock and all that. And I love the lead actor in it. I love the score. But and it's got moments. It's got like 3 scenes in it that I think are absolutely amazing. But I like Suspiria and Inferno a lot more. But having said that, I like Deep Red. But I always heard from people that Deep Red was like the best shit, and I didn't quite get it why everyone was hyping that one up so much. The Birds, I really don't like.
The
Hitchcock,
Birds, the
yeah,
Hitchcock
Hitchcock,
film.
yeah. I don't think it's very good.
You
Um,
kind of see that because the first half before any birds do take over the film, it's just like this. Yeah, it just comes across as like this romantic comedy with this socialite just pursuing this guy just to deliver some lovebirds.
well,
But
that's also just not my kind of Hitchcock. I'm sort of a strangers on a train, notorious kind of guy. I'm not even the Rear Window, Vertigo. I mean, I love Vertigo and Rear Window, but those aren't even like that's not. I like North by Northwest. I like Strangers on a Train. I like Notorious. I like Rope. I like those ones. Those are the ones that I go back to a lot. So
it's
I,
a slow burn too.
yeah, and just some of the effects haven't held up so much. I mean, you're wrong. Once again, I don't like hate the Birds. Like I'll watch it. If you want to watch it, it's like cool. We can watch the Birds, but not. Not the classic I think it's made out to be. I think Hitchcock's name has held that movie up more than the movie itself. I think if somebody else made that movie, I don't think it would be as famous. quite frankly.
Not top 5. I will definitely put it in his top 10 because I do find The Birds a pretty good thriller. Mostly like the scene that pops in my head is just like this long conversation in the diner about these birds attacks, and then they just go
Mm-hmm.
into like a lot of theories
Yeah,
and explanations about
right.
birds and
Well, the
shit.
ending's pretty fucked up too. The last
Yeah,
the last bit, you know,
to be
that's
Hedron.
yeah, that's pretty great. I don't know. He just made so many good movies. I mean, even going back like the 39 Steps, and I mean, and Foreign Correspondent. He just Rebecca. I mean, God,
Yeah.
there's just so many great movies he made that was just is like not even. It might just be because of the old Hitchcock thing that maybe I even have the bias. If he hadn't made it, I would like it more because I'm associating it with these other movies that, you know, like Dial M for Murder. Even though I'm kind of mad at the end of Dial M for Murder, the guy doesn't get away with it. I always watch that and I'm like, damn it, you should make him get away with it. Fuck this.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's a lot of irony too in The Birds, where the
yeah.
whole climax is at the house, and so it's pretty much like, you know, the human version of the bird cage, considering these birds have been in cages, and now like these swarms of gulls and crows are just like trying to like find their way into the house to kill Tippy Hedren and the others. It's terrifying stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and fucking Hitchcock is a ruthless bastard who
Yeah.
threw live birds at Tippy Hedren because he has a thing with blondes, I suppose.
I'm going to fucking ruin your life.
Yeah, poor Tippy.
Ah, fuck him. But oh, also, you
That
know,
stands out.
we're just talking about horror though stuff, but it even trickles down. It doesn't necessarily have to be horror. You know, like one of my favorite things in the world, and still is, you know, Scooby Doo. Just playing with
Yeah.
horror Halloween stuff. Even though all the Scooby Doo shows have aged pretty poorly, except the original, like 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo or The Adventures of Scrappy Doo, or there's a lot of them.
Mhm.
Although the one they made a few years ago, Mystery Incorporated, is fucking fantastic and is what I always wanted out of a Scooby Doo. And there's stuff like Scooby Doo on Zombie Island, which is a great fucking movie.
Yeah, Zombie Island rocks.
Well, Zombie Island, I love that it's playing with skepticism. I love the idea of the
Yeah.
Scooby Doo gang are all these like burned out skeptics. It's so fun, and then the fact that they go to this, it's actually just such a great premise. And I remember watching
Mhm.
it and like premiering on Cartoon Network in like 1999 on Halloween. But I just love the premise that that they're just like skeptic, which is kind of the take Mystery Incorporated plays with a lot too. That the town's like kind of sick of these kids solving mysteries, but that they go to this Louisiana, you know, island and all that, and then nope, now it's fucking real, and it's got this really cool mythology, and the animation's fantastic. Scooby Doo's never looked better.
Yeah, like with the eras of Scooby Doo, it was like going from like Charlie Brown to like Batman the Animated
Yeah, it
Series.
really was, and that movie in
That was a
particular
huge
stands
leap.
out. And we hadn't had something Scooby Doo for a long time. It was like a pup named Scooby Doo was on before that, but we hadn't had like a Scooby Doo thing in a while. And that movie, and I like the other ones they made, that, you know, Witches, Ghost, and all that. But that one, Zombie Island, is fucking amazing. And I still
Yeah.
I still think a great Halloween movie. So a lot of it's just like Halloween stuff that toys with horror, you know, like Hocus Pocus or Monster Squad, you know, which aren't really horror movies, but they're playing with tropes from the genre. Or one of my favorites is the animated adaptation of Ray Bradbury's The Halloween Tree, um, which is just one of my absolute favorite. You know, it's one of my early videos I did a long time ago. So you know, it's stuff like that too has to be mentioned. That it's not just being a fan of straight horror or even comedy horrors like, you know, Edgar Wright stuff or early Peter Jackson stuff or Return of the Living Dead and stuff like that. But it's also just the campy stuff too, Night of the Creeps, and that stuff all kind of
Yeah.
ties into it, and the body horror and all that. That there's fun to be had. You can be scared, but there's also a lot of fun to be had from playing with the horror genre and the tropes of the genre. Which plays it, because there's different things. There's the scary film homage to like the monster movies, and then there's also the ones that are playing homage to more of the goofy movies from like the 1950s or the 30s or what have you. And That's part of the fun. And when you get into B movies or when you get into genre in general, is that you're not just looking for films that'll scare you. I mean, that would be great, but you just find this treasure trove of really entertaining movies. That like Bloody Birthday or something like that, you know. And you just find these
Yeah.
really entertaining movies because horror can be made on such a low budget. A lot of these so bad they're good or so many campy movies are horror films because that was a market at the time, so you could make a low budget horror film, add some boobs to it, get it released in a theater somewhere, and make your money back. So that's how you get some of these gems like Sleepaway Camp. That's only a product of slasher films being popular at the time, and then you get something truly special with that movie. Where it's sort of got like a John Waters-esque vibe to it at points. You know, rewatching it recently, I've seen Sleepaway Camp 100 times, but the first one, there's some really funny shit in that movie. There's that part with Ricky on the baseball field and the kid yells out to him, you know, eat shit and die, Ricky. And he goes, hey, eat shit and live, which is the best comeback I've ever heard in my life, because it's worse to tell a guy to go eat some shit and to live than to eat some shit and die. And the girls in that movie are just bitches. They're just these fucking maniacal, evil bitches that just hate this fucking girl because she doesn't talk. And they want all the guys to pay attention to them. And they're just like, they're just evil, man. They're the mean girls. They're just so fucking brutal. And the one girl wants to fuck the old guy who runs the camp because fuck it, she wants to. And they're like attacking Angela. They throw in the water, and at one point they're shaking her, and they're like, why won't you say anything, you fucking bitch? What the fuck is wrong with you? And there's like a guy who's just trying to molest the kids, who's the chef. It's just a strange movie. And then just to end with this whole fucking transsexuality twist, which one of the creepiest images ever in any movie ever made because of the way it's done, where they have a sculpted head of the actress with one face over the top of this guy's body, this college student's body. So he's just there naked with his dick, and you see this head, and then they add this sound effect, and it should be goofy, but it's actually completely fucking disturbing. Movies like that just like touch my heart so deeply in a way. Or Silent Rage with Chuck Norris, that's great.
Yeah, I would like to go out of my way to find Sleepaway Camp as well.
You can get the trilogy box set. They have this great box. I would highly recommend it. It looks like a medical kit of the 3 original movies, and then it's got like an extra disc about the 4th movie they were gonna make. It's a great set. It's totally worth it. It's back when they had those really great special edition DVD sets back in the 2000s before Blu-ray. It's just like you get the one little thing now. I miss the 2000s. Like, you could get these amazing DVDs back when it was really collector's thing. Yeah,
there were awesome like collector's editions for like Evil Dead, where it's just like the Necronomicon.
That's one of the great ones. Yeah, that one's really sought after by a lot of people.
Well, I mean, thanks to Shout Factory and Arrow, I mean, they are trying to like bring that back with horror films that they're restoring into the Blu-ray format, which I do appreciate out of both of those companies.
What's your favorite horror movie?
My favorite horror movie? No. I have a top 10. Wait. What?
Did you write Did you write down a top 10? I'm sorry. What's up?
Oh no, you're fine. So you mentioned Deep Red and The Birds. What was your third choice for a disappointing?
I had to think back on it. That I was like, oh yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we? I went on my tangents.
It's fine.
Well, I'd also like to talk about movies that I think are underrated. I think that'd be fun too, because I think there's a lot more of those off the top of my head. But it is fun to think overrated ones that are hyped up. I mean, God, some I don't even want to say. It feels sacrilege.
Would you like me to put like let me give you a Shyamalan guess. Would I say the Signs or The Village?
Well, those are, yeah, I don't like any of those movies. No. Those, yeah, I don't like. I like 3 M. Night Shyamalan movies in total. All of his other movies I don't like at all.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've seen The Sixth Sense. I've yet to see Unbreakable.
Unbreakable is my favorite. Sixth Sense is second, and I like Split, but I don't like any of his other movies. But yeah, Unbreakable is the one that I really like. That's the great one. I don't know. I guess I can't think of one. I mean, there's ones that I think are overrated. They weren't a show like. I don't know if they were hyped up for me and I watched them later. That question's a little bit too specific, and that's the problem with it. That's why I guess it should have just been what horror movies do you think are overrated, instead of what movie was hyped up for you and you were disappointed when you watched it. Because that's like talking about, because there's ones I think are overrated. I think Child's Play is overrated, even though I really dig it. And movies like that.
I would disagree.
That movie's held back, man. That the whole Chucky thing, the reveal's just so fucked up. It brings that whole movie down. I hate watching that movie because there's a better movie inside of that film that they didn't do. And I have said this to several people that were in that movie, including the fucking. By the way, the kid from that movie, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. I know his name.
Alex Vincent.
He's a fucking asshole. I fucking hate Alex Vincent. Let me make this very clear out there. Alex Vincent, you know who I am. We've met more than once, and I fucking hate you. You little 5'3" motherfucker hack who you're not even good in that movie, and you've been milking that franchise. You were a shit actor when you were a kid. You're a shit actor now, and I hate you. And if I see you again, we're going to go at it. Fuck you, Alex Vincent. Seriously. I can't tell you how much I fucking hate Alex Vincent. Thought I would love Alex Vincent. Fucking.
Yeah, I would like to get more in that story.
Oh, such a little. It all started with the horror film festival. A lot of it has to do with his politics. He's very opinionated in his politics. He's also kind of got this ego and very opinionated in general, even though he's done nothing with his life except be the kid in Child's Play.
Yeah, because that's all he's ever been.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he talks about
Brian...
screenplays and shit like that. And it's just like fucking. Oh my god! Well, yeah. He just did some shit that rubbed me the wrong way. Especially, there was a whole bathroom incident at a film festival I met him at that went south. That just really. And then we got into a lot of Facebook arguments later on too. We used to fight on Facebook all the time.
Yeah. All right, Brian's question. Alex Vincent plays Andy Barkley, who's the kid in Child's Play. He's not in the third one, but he's in Child's Play 1 and 2, and they brought him back in Cult of Chucky.
Yeah, well, not just that too. He's at the end of Curse of Chucky, right, or whatever it's called. Yeah,
I think so.
He's at the end with the box. At the end, the package comes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate Curse of Chucky.
Oh no, that's horrible. I remember that one was getting like raved on horror websites, and everyone said it was a return, Don Mancini and all that. And I'm like, this movie's fucking terrible.
It is terrible.
It has one scene I like where like she rips the thing off and it shows Chucky's like scars or like that. I like that part. But yeah, it's bad. It's like one of those bad 2000 straight to video movies. And hey, I'm a fan, man. Insulted. I love Bride of Chucky. I think it's fucking great.
Bride of Chucky, yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Child's Play 2, I think, is one of the great sequels in slasher flicks. Yeah. Completely underrated. The scene at the toy factory at the end. My big issue with Child's Play 1, I mean, it's the one I think a lot of people have. It's that they don't play the mystery of, is Chucky real or not? And is Andy doing this stuff? Because in the opening fucking scene, I said this to Alex Vincent when I met him. I said, listen, I like that movie, but the big issue that it's Tom Holland, right? That was his name, Tom Hopper or whatever, did Fright Night. He made that movie. I said to him, the fucking issue with that movie is that opening fucking scene. Because that movie would be so fucking great if it just started and he got the fuck. I also think the movie would have made more money. I think that movie could have made $100 million instead of like $40 million. If everybody went to the movie in the theater back then and that opening scene wasn't in there, and if they played it more, that the kid was crazy, and this doll wasn't real. And he's like, Chucky's real, Mom. And then the scene with the fucking batteries would be fucking amazing. You're in the theater in the 80s, and that opening scene's not in that movie, and she sees that the batteries aren't there, and then he's like, you bitch, you fucking bitch. That would be one of the great horror twists in the 80s. That movie would have made $100 million. I guarantee you. I don't know how they didn't see it. The scene at the beginning should be a flashback that the cop tells, that Chris Sarandon should tell the mother later on in the movie, and that should be a flashback. So then we find out what happened. You should not open the movie with that scene. Huge fucking mistake. Huge. Because it ruins that moment.
By opening scene, are you referring to that whole gunfight chase?
Yeah, and then he says the thing and does that should be later on in the movie. The movie should just start with the kid, with Andy and his mom, and him getting Chucky, and then the moment when she finds out that Chucky's real, we should find out that Chucky's real. But we already know. That opening scene gives it away. You'd have to be an idiot to not put it together. But the movie should be made more cleverly where you don't know that Chucky's real or not, and that should be a great plot twist in the movie, because it's a great scene with the batteries. But because they reveal that, it kind of makes the first half okay, but the movie really doesn't get great until Chucky comes into the fucking movie. Then I love all that shit. I love the ending in the apartment. I think it's amazing. I think the special effects are amazing. I love how he gets burnt. I mean, all that. Yeah. I'm not knocking any of that shit. Child's Play, that stuff kicks ass. But that's like a good movie that could be a classic. Like, that movie could be like a 9 out of... like that, and I think it would have made more money, too. Where Child's Play 2... I think it's just consistent like what it is. Like it's sort of like the Leprechaun issue. Like you don't really watch Chucky and Leprechaun for everything else. You watch it to get the one-liners and the fun of those characters. You watch the Leprechaun movies, which it took them a few sequels to realize this, that, hey, we're watching this for the fucking Leprechaun. He's great. Same thing with Chucky. That's why Bride of Chucky's so great, because Chucky gets so much screen time. You know?
Yeah, especially him and Tiffany.
That's what makes those movies great. But the first movie's trying to be a serious movie, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it is trying to be like a straight, like, suspense thriller. And Child's Play 2, they want to just, like, you know, because we already introduced Chucky, we already know who he is. They want to put more screen time on Chucky and just delve into more horror. And Bride of Chucky just take on more of like a comedy aspect.
Ronnie Yu just so overlooked by the horror community. Like, Freddy vs. Jason does not get enough love. It pisses me off. Fucking Freddy vs. Jason and Bride of Chucky are both fantastic, and two of my favorites. In particular, Bride of Chucky is great, but I also love Freddy vs. Jason. I love the premise of Freddy vs. Jason so much. I love the idea that Freddy is like, okay, they're not scared of me anymore, so I have to send Jason to kill these kids. And then Jason won't listen to him, so it's all about Freddy just getting pissed off and being like, God damn it, Jason, you motherfucker! Why won't you listen to me? So now Freddy has to take Jason out too, which is so funny. It's almost like Freddy, if you watch that movie of Freddy being the main character and not watching it for the teenagers, because all that shit's just whatever. But if you watch it as a movie about Freddy Krueger being frustrated that he let this monster out that he can't control, it's amazing. Because everyone shits on that Jason. That's like most fans' least favorite Jason. And I don't agree. I think that's a great Jason. I like the eyes, and I like that Ronnie Yu's like, he's like a samurai. Like, I get it. Kane Hodder, great. I get it. But no, fuck it. Freddy vs. Jason is going back to like Wolfman versus Frankenstein. You know?
Yeah, which from that point on, they were trying to push that trend, had like a lot more versus movies where you could pit like Pinhead against Jason or Michael Myers, or you could.
I always wanted Leprechaun and Chucky. I'm still to this day that Leprechaun and Chucky didn't happen. That one pisses me off. That one, I think that would be the greatest movie ever made. If they were both on like tricycles and shit like that. They were racing. They were just talking shit to each other. If Chucky stole Leprechaun's gold, and Leprechaun's like, give me your gold, and Chucky's like, fuck you. Oh my god, because I saw Freddy vs. Jason in the theater, and I remember my mind being blown. Like, there's titties right away in the first 5 minutes. It's the lake scene. And just that opening montage is fantastic with Freddy. They stopped being scared of me. It's like a great montage if you're a fan of the Nightmare franchise. And even the like
Yeah,
the 2000s aesthetic and like the fucking 2000s like new metal music is fucking great. Catherine Isabel's in it, who's amazing. Um, she should be the lead. Instead of that boring chick. And then yeah, there's a lot of funny moments in that movie too. I've always really dug that movie. And it's also got some scary shit in it too. It doesn't get enough credit for like its Freddy moments. It's got some really good Freddy scenes. Also, Robert Englund's just like crushing it in that movie. It's a great
yeah,
Robert Englund performance.
yeah. That was definitely his baby.
But Bride of Chucky
Um,
throughout is just like fantastic. There's some
yeah, it just has like it has the same qualities as Freddy vs. Jason, where like I don't really give a shit about Catherine Heigl and this CW boyfriend. I'm just more in the ride with Tiffany and Chucky. Like, who gives a fuck what happens to those characters? Because I
yeah.
like the main central character like couple.
Oh no, everything no, giving him a wife is the greatest idea of the whole franchise, and that it's Jennifer Tilly. It's just fucking amazing.
Yeah,
It's just every scene with the two of them is just fucking aces. Do you have a rubber? I made a rubber. I thought you were made of plastic. It's just so she makes him the Swedish meatballs. He's like, "You make the best meatballs, babe." I mean,
yeah.
the baby at the end comes out. She has the
Oh
baby and it
god.
bites. Every scene's fucking amazing.
Yeah, and that baby scene stuck out to me because I was shown Bride of Chucky when I was a kid. Yeah, that was pretty disturbing. But yeah, definitely the best Child's Play sequel in my opinion.
Yeah, it's great.
Um,
Ronnie
yeah,
Yu, man. I just
yeah,
can't believe the guy this like they get this fucking Asian director who's made like Jet Li movies and he makes these great fucking horror comedies.
yeah. And they wanted to take that further with Seed of Chucky, going for this like Scream 3 New Nightmare approach, which it's not a bad movie. I
It's
just
a
take it as like a comedy.
it's a movie of moments. There's scenes that are great, but for the most part it's not that. I like John Waters out taking the pictures of like, oh, a dwarf jerking off, God bless the little people. And I
Yeah,
also it's got one of my favorite jokes ever in any movie is not Freddy, but when Chucky has the axe and he's doing the shining in the door and he goes, I can't think of a fucking thing to say. That's one of my favorite
fuck
jokes in
it.
anything. Or when
Yeah, that was a good
he's like,
one.
"Hey Tish, you got some for me?" And then she pulls her shirt down and shows her doll tits. That stuff's all great. But Bride of Chucky
Uh,
having that whole premise that they're like on this road trip with this couple, it's just so awesome.
it is. It's good stuff.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. Now, favorite horror films that you have asked me. What's my all-time favorite? Yeah, I did crack down like a top 10.
Light that
So
shit up, yo.
here it goes. So I would say Reanimator, Stuart Gordon's Reanimator, mostly for Barbara Crampton's tits and the head giving head scene.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, From Beyond as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, I would put From Beyond, but it's just more like it's more schlock, and I think Reanimator's more like it's more interesting of a choice because of like the uh, the comedy behind it
Mm-hmm.
because it wants to go for like this very quirky, very yeah, just very witty horror film with yeah, where you have Jeffrey Combs as the lead, Dr. Herbert West, who's fantastic. And you know, one thing I could theorize about Reanimator is just like it's pretty much just like watching. It's just like watching a play, like a comedy play.
Well, that's where Stuart
Um,
Gordon started. He was worked in theater.
that's right, yeah, and
He used to do
like you
crazy
know,
shit where like he would lock the doors to the theater and make people think that shit was happening that wasn't happening, where like they were gonna get attacked and stuff like that.
oh no way,
Yeah, he would do stuff like because I'm a big Stuart Gordon fan. He would like have people lock the doors and he would act like they were gonna get murdered off the stage. Yeah, Basket. Yeah, and I've seen every Frank Lauder film. Basket Case and Brain Damage are both two of my favorite movies. But or he would do like versions of like Peter Pan where it was people in like blackface and stuff like that. Like just crazy shit like that. Like Stuart Gordon's a madman.
Yeah, he really was. And yeah, like Reanimator is both like a it's both like a comedy and a tragedy because the film follows Herbert West, who's trying to like perfect his reanimation serum. But like every time he pulls it off, there's just like disaster ensues, and there's a more of a body count, and
Mm.
he drags like this prospective medical student. Forgot I forgot the actor's name. Let me go back, but it's Barbara Crampton's love interest, and so yeah, he's interested in helping out Herbert West, but then like it just goes downhill as soon as they just start the whole madness, and uh, certain characters get thrown in and they get killed off. Okay, yeah, Bruce Abbott's character, Bruce Abbott, who's uh, one of the leads in Reanimator, and yeah, like everything goes well for him until like Herbert West comes in and just like it just completely goes downhill for everybody. But it's amazing. It's a great movie, and I have met Barbara Crampton in person, and she's just an icon and a sweetheart. And I would definitely just like yeah, I would watch all of her stuff over and over again. And yeah, Stuart Gordon was good at what he was pulling off with Reanimator, and that carried over to From Beyond, which is I definitely put it as like a underrated classics, and
Mhm.
I would definitely say top 25 beyond my top 10. Because yeah, nobody could make a film like From Beyond today, and it sucks. And I'm glad we still have From Beyond to watch.
Some of the best practical like effects like that I've ever seen
Yeah,
easily is in From Beyond. It's like top tier shit.
definitely. She has aged like fine wine.
Yeah, let's list these bitches off.
All right, then. Next will definitely be Psycho, which we have already talked about. But
Yeah.
yeah, just a timeless thriller from Hitchcock. And I've liked some of the stuff outside Psycho. Like Psycho 2 is a good sequel. I would definitely recommend to
Mhm.
anybody who hasn't seen it.
Yeah, Psycho
And
2 is really
I
good.
yeah, and I enjoyed highly Bates Motel. All 5 seasons, excuse me. Even though parts of season 5 are a little iffy for me for when they do try to do Psycho again. It's just like they try to do like some subversion, which didn't really sit well when I rewatched it a second time. But and there are some odd scenes, like when Norman Bates goes to like a gay bar as you know as his alter ego as his mother. It's very bizarre, but beyond that, Bates Motel is a good show. I definitely recommend that to anybody who hasn't seen it, despite the problems you might encounter. Um, Next would be Rosemary's Baby, of course, because yeah, just like it's a film that shows like you don't really have to have like, and it's a movie that's centric on like Satan, devil worshippers, and it doesn't really go completely supernatural. It kind of blurs reality where you know if there is supernatural elements, if there isn't, good ambiguity where they played it out. Mia Farrow is fantastic. It's definitely a film where it's definitely relying on these actors and the script, and it's definitely yeah, definitely one of my favorites. Next one definitely be Nightmare on Elm Street. Watched it last night. Incredible movie. One of Wes Craven's best. And yeah, like the first 20 minutes are definitely the high point. But for me, like while the rest doesn't really hold up to it, it never lets up for me because Nancy Thompson's a great character in horror and in slasher. And the more interesting aspects of Nightmare on Elm Street, when they do talk about Freddy, when they do share his backstory, and it does create good build up for when he turns up again. And filmmaking wise, despite the horrific dummy at the end, um, a lot of Inception uses this, and it's a film with a much bigger budget than Nightmare on Elm Street, of course, but it does play the surreal horror so excellently, uh, and just carrying over that from Phantasm. Good movie. Now, next would be Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original. That's just a movie of just pure viscera, just pure terror, and it's, um, I never had any complaints of it being a slow burn. And yeah, there are some aspects about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like acting wise, for some of like the for some of the hippie characters, but frankly, when they do reach to when they do excuse me when they do go to uh, the family home belonging to Leatherface's family, like it just it just amps up. Um, it never lets up on the terror, and the dinner scene is for me the funniest dinner scene in any movie. Uh, Not only because it's just like uh, disturbing, but it's just like it's pretty hysterical when you're like into the madness of it. But yeah, haunting ending as it just ends with just the final girl just trying to get the fuck out of that
Yeah, one of the
house.
great like last shots, last like 30 seconds of any movie.
Yeah, with Leatherface just like
Yeah.
ballet dancing with a chainsaw,
Yeah, that's just perfect.
and that girl will not be the same after that experience. Now, next would be Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the 1978 version. While the original film is definitely a timeless analogy to communism, the Reds are coming. Um, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the 78 version, is a terrific remake in its own right, where it really plays well with the cynicism that was going on at the time in the 1970s, and it tackles certain social issues along with that. But it never leans too well into sci-fi until when it really reaches that moment that I highlighted in my uh, favorite scary movie moments. Great acting performances. It's just like you're slowly starting to realize that reality is being twisted around them with between Sutherland, Brooke Adams' character, uh, Goldblum, and Veronica Cartwright. And much like Rosemary's Baby, it does play into the social fear of like people, occupying, these institutionalized roles. Like one prominent character is Leonard Nimoy, who plays like a famous psychiatrist. Um, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but I mean, whoever has seen like the final ending scene, then okay, I'll give it to you there. But like Leonard Nimoy's character, yeah, he plays like this psychiatrist who's trying to like just kind of like uh, trying to convince them that what's happening to people being duplicated into these pod people is it's not really happening until uh, all four of them start to catch a wind of the fact that there are people after them and that there is this threat that's spreading across San Francisco. But terrific movie, great performances. Definitely like one of the most striking photograph movies, and it's shot by the guy who did Taxi Driver, doing it at ground level, capturing pretty much like the claustrophobia and disorientation throughout that movie. Terrific. Now, next, you're gonna like this one, Don Coscarelli's Phantasm.
Yep.
You want to add anything into it?
Well, I would say what makes Phantasm stand out is that it's got it's cerebral as compared to a lot of horror films. I even think more so than Nightmare on Elm Street ways. There's a sequence where the main character, there's a car crash and he goes out the back window of the car when they're getting attacked by Jawas. And he's just laying on the road, and this theme comes in, and there's a shot where he opens his eyes, and the camera moves in on him. And there's just moments like that. It's a real low budget drive-in gore classic because of the Sentinel spheres and the way that they're these unique weapons that kill people, and everybody. I think it was at the time it was probably just like a stoner movie for a lot of people because I could see it being confusing and all that. But the more you rewatch it, the more you get out of it. And Reggie the Ice Cream
Yeah.
Man, but just the tall man and the premise that these aliens are using dead bodies and it has some things like there's continuity errors or shots that don't match even at the beginning. There's things that are very low budget about it, but it's so goddamn ambitious for being like a
It is.
$300,000 film. It's a film that has the ambition of of Star Wars, quite frankly. It has that kind of ambition. And there's a whole franchise, and it's one of the more interesting franchises. I rather like the second and third film quite a bit. Then there's
Yeah, second movie's awesome.
yeah, the second one's like a great action horror film. Um, but that first one, it's got Dune references in it. It feels like somebody who read a lot of science fiction, who liked the Twilight Zone, who liked Star Trek. It feels like a lot of this guy's mind, and it's almost like Don Coscarelli has too many ideas. That's almost hard for him to contain them in one movie, but it's all held coherent by an emotional underpinning between this relationship between the brothers and sort of this helplessness of unity I really like that it becomes kind of like a team movie. Like the characters, they all have to team up to take on these guys, and it leaves a lot up to interpretation, like a movie like It Follows. But I
Yeah.
actually think there's things in the movie, and the sequels help with this. But I think the things that are left up for interpretation, if you rewatch it more and more, there's things to find there because I do think there's answers. It's also it plays like a comic book in a lot of ways, in the same way that I like The Warriors or I like the Creep Show movie. It's kind of got a comic book sensibility to it, which I think, and I don't mean superhero necessarily. I just mean comic book, and I think that really makes it stand out. It's gritty while also being stylistic. It's subtle while also being over the top, and it's artistic while also being campy. And just the fact that he came up with all these unique ways to do things aesthetically and with the villains and with what they use and all that stuff, it just makes it stand out. There's depth to Phantasm, and if it's a lot of the same reasons I like the first Evil Dead movie in particular, and it reminds me of that a lot, where it's somebody that doesn't
The
have a lot.
second movie.
Yeah, true, but the means, not having a lot of means to do what they want to do, but their talent and intelligence sort of elevates above that limitation. And it's inspiring if you want to make movies. Yeah, Phantasm's just pure creativity. It's almost hard to even categorize it as a horror film because I actually think it's so much more than that.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree, and yeah, given the circumstances when he was shooting Phantasm, he was like Don Coscarelli. He wasn't just writing and directing it. He had to handle cinematography. He took part in editing, so this was a huge labor of love from his career. And initially, he had like a lot of footage where his initial cut ran for like 3 hours, and so he had to like condense it down to the length that we're given with the actual film
I
we're
would
seeing
love to
now.
see a 3 hour version of Phantasm.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd pay top dollar
Yeah.
for that shit.
But yeah, it's a film about youth empowerment because you're following Mike, uh, one of the brothers in the film, the youngest brother, who is um, who is trying to uncover this thing with Jody, his older brother, and it's a film. You know, it's a film that's very centric about death, how sucks death can be, and these are characters that have come from like a tragic backstory involving death. and the tall man is the embodiment of death and evil. And yeah, they do come together and try to conquer this thing with everyone's favorite ice cream man, Reggie. But yeah, terrific movie. Um,
Yeah, my dad always loved Reggie. My dad was a big fan of the Phantasm movies.
and yeah, I've met, well, unfortunately, outside of Inger Scrim, who had passed away before I ran into the cast of Phantasm at many conventions. I have met all of them, especially Michael Baldwin, and
Michael Baldwin's a really nice guy.
yeah, he's a cool dude.
He is cool. No, he's like a really nice guy.
Yeah, and Don Coscarelli also, and Bill Thornberry.
Yeah, I've met a lot of people connected, not just that Chris Carter. I met Joe Lansdale, the writer who wrote Boba Hotep, which got made into the movie, who's from Texas, and actually I did not know lived an hour from where I lived in Texas. He lived in Nacogdoches, and I didn't know that my whole life. And then I moved out to Pennsylvania, and I meet Joe Lansdale at a fucking film festival. And I'm like, wait, you're from fucking... I could have known you this whole time. And we, like, got along, like... to me, the most underrated novelist working today is Joe Lansdale. He's a great fucking writer. Should be as famous as, like, Stephen King and stuff like that. And he's really only known mainly for the drive-in books and the Hap and Leonard series. But he wrote all these great short stories. He's done some Batman stuff. He worked on some Batman comics and animated stuff. But I met a lot of people who told me stories about Don and told me about... I've heard a lot of stuff about, but I've heard different stuff about Phantasm and about him, so I don't know. It's like it's sort of that Rashomon thing. I've heard different stories.
Have you read his book,
Yeah.
True Indie?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm
I'm
a
sorry.
fan.
Okay. Yeah, because I've met Don in a screening for Phantasm, and he was promoting his book True Indie, which I would definitely recommend to anybody watching. Anybody on the chat, if you like reading film books, I think I would definitely include True Indie um, on your reading list of getting to know more about movies and how the movie making process works. So I definitely recommend that out of Don's resume. But yeah, Phantasm, terrific movie with one of the most iconic scores in horror. Um, and it's a movie, even though with its limitations, it managed to elevate itself from its budget. There are a lot of great scenes that stand out, like the Red Planet, um, the Mausoleum, and yeah, just with one of the most coolest weapons that have been introduced in horror, which is the Sentinel Spear, of course. Terrific. Now, next I will list The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Definitely definitely horror at its most, at its utmost class, fine craftsmanship, atmosphere, and yeah, just escalating terror. Because I think anybody who has their own favorite horror list,
I
horror
would say
film list, would
there's
definitely
not
put
a
The
better
Exorcist.
screenplay for a horror movie than The Exorcist. I'm not even saying it's the best horror film, but I think William Peter Blatty's screenplay is probably the best script that's ever been written for a horror movie. I think it's also arguably got the best acting in any horror movie.
Yeah,
I think Jason Miller in particular, because it's got this great I mean, it's like you're watching The Godfather. It's got this great 70s acting in it, and then yeah, the screenplay is just genius, and the dialogue. I mean, it's a great movie. It's one of those horror films that transcends the genre. It's just a great film. It's a great drama. It's actually just one of the best films of the 70s. It's kind of a perfect movie, which almost sort of eludes me because it pulls you in with this like hyper reality, and then by the end when it becomes like over the top horror movie, you're so sucked into it as this like realism thing that you believe in it more than you would a lot, because it spends so much time in the process of being a real movie trying to convince you of it being real that by the time it becomes a supernatural, you're drawn into it more than you are with like 90% of horror movies, because they actually spent the time of going through the things of like, you know, science and doctors and psychiatrists, and the mother being an atheist, and then them all having to be, even the priest is losing his faith and not really believing in God anymore. So I just love that it treats it as realistically as possible. And I wish more horror movies
Yeah.
did that, because it doesn't ever insult your intelligence. I've heard some people say they watch it and laugh and think it's silly. I don't fucking understand that. I think The Exorcist is gripping. I think there's absurdity and comedy to it. I did that in I talked about this in one of my videos, that there's a fine line between comedy and horror. Like, I think if you changed a few things in Caddyshack, it could be a horror movie. I think it has I think if there was a killer on the golf course. So I get that. I think that Friedkin goes so over the top in some of the sequences, especially like the crucifixion stabbing, the pussy, you know, there's stuff that's so over the top that I could see it being funny, but I also think that's the point. I think he's sort of playing with that in that line, that it is so over the top. It's sort of that it becomes sort of like the ultimate horror movie because of that, because of how over the top it becomes. But it's all held together by just like great drama and character development and storytelling and all that stuff. I mean, that's really what makes the movie great. It's not that you really care about Reagan and you really want her to be saved and you care about her mother. It's because you're drawn into the world and the people in it and staying with them. I mean, most of my favorite scenes in The Exorcist aren't really the exorcism scenes. It's a lot of these little moments throughout the thing that I really go back to. And I saw it in the theater last year here in Columbus, and I just fucking I don't even watch it to get scared anymore. I really just watch it because it's just one of my all-time favorite movies. I just really enjoy watching it as a movie.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, there are little moments that stick in your head, like when Ellen Burstyn has to go up into the attic and you hear these weird sounds. And there's this very creepy superimposed shot where you see the face of Pazuzu beside her. Um,
I think
and
about the scene where he has the dream about his mother walking down to the subway, which I guess I sort of take as her walking into hell or something, and
Yeah,
the necklace fall, that stuff, you know, which those aren't even like totally horror scenes. They're just like, it's just really impressive, world-class filmmaking.
yeah, and yeah, and another thing that stands out for me is just Max von Sydow out in the opening sequence where they're excavating for
Mm-hmm.
these artifacts, and then he come across this statue of Pazuzu, and it's framed like a Western showdown, which kind of like foreshadows the whole third act of the
Yeah, and that
film.
opening looks like fucking. It looks like a Spielberg movie or some shit.
Yeah,
Like, I
yeah,
mean,
it just looks like Close Encounters.
yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's huge. Seeing it in the theater last year, really, like, I was like, holy shit. You know, and that just sets the tone so well. And then to have Max von Sydow not come into the movie for so long, then he gets out of the car and there's the famous shot and all that. And then it's like, I love that the movie builds up to being The Exorcist. You know, it's not really like the character of The Exorcist, which is really him. He's the Exorcist. He doesn't really show up
Yeah,
until the end, and that's like something really clever about it. So you get all hyped up, and then the last half hour is just fucking terrific. Although I will say, I wish that the movie ended. Especially, I really don't like it in the version you've never seen. I really don't like how long the ending goes. There's always been part of me that wishes The Exorcist ended with Father Karras landing on the thing and the guy taking his hand and then praying. And I wish that the movie just ended there with the cops all showing up and stuff. I wish that was the ending of the movie. I don't mind the ending with the necklace and all that. I don't like the other ending where the cop is going throughout talking about these fake movies. I'm glad all that shit was cut. I mean, we lost the spider walk scene. That sucks, but yeah, there's just been part of me that just wishes it ended with all the people and him being prayed, because I think that's the end of the movie. I just like Reagan up there, like, mother. I don't think we need the next day. I think the movie should end right there because that's the end of that guy's journey. And I would just love if the music came in and then just cut to The Exorcist and the end title sequence. That's really my only issue with it. I wish it ended a little bit sooner, but still a perfect film, you know.
yeah, yeah. I can understand that.
Yeah,
And yeah, you
it
mentioned
just feels more freaking. Like the ending of the French Connection's fucking amazing. It's like the darkest ending to any movie that ever won Best Picture. And the ending would have so much more impact if it ended on that moment. The brain, because that's the emotional part. You know, you almost don't want anything after that. You're like, holy shit. You know, like it's so powerful.
yeah, 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 just a near perfect movie. And you mentioned Godfather. There are parts in Exorcist that kind of remind me of Rocky a bit. With yeah, you have
Yeah.
the other priest who's just like
Mm-hmm.
out there doing his laps, or even I
Yeah.
think he boxes against a punching bag.
Yeah, it's
Um,
very 70s gritty film. No, I agree. There's a lot of Rocky, John G. Albertson. No, there's these things of shades of other films and directors from that time.
yeah, yeah,
It's the same reason I love Saturday Night Fever. That has a lot of Rocky in it too. It's just this thing about 70s like New York movies or Rockies in Philly, but just that decade. It's what those are all some of my favorite movies of all time.
hmm yeah. I definitely agree. All right, then. Next, we'll definitely. This was kind of tricky, but I'm just gonna make this pretty brief, considering we got to wrap this up soon. Now, originally, it was my number one horror film, given that I saw this at the time where I got exposed to your Alien Covenant video. But upon reflection, number two will definitely be Alien.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just because my number one pick is kind of a. It is sort of like it does kind of like derive from Alien, but there's just like a lot more class, and I carried my number one with me throughout my lifetime. So yeah, with Alien, just space is fucking scary, and being stuck with like a fucking uh, gross alien bug man that just wants to rape you is even more terrifying. Um, and, um, and yeah, just the ideas in there about male rape and men just having to go through birth as women do, but in like in the most horrific fashion. And I think and yeah, the film not just elevated by Ridley Scott's direction, the writing from Dan O'Bannon and Ronald Shutset uh, played a huge part, and so did the art direction, production design by Ron Cobb and a big name, H.R. Giger. Definitely one of the most. Just one thing I could just say about the alien, it's just a fucking cool monster. Not just being like
Mm-hmm.
fucking terrifying in how they were able to photograph it without showing the whole thing. It's just like it's one of the coolest designed monsters ever in film.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and the space jockey sequence might be the greatest visually and all that and totally like just greatest like science fiction moment in any. I mean, it really, I can't think of any because it really does feel like you're seeing something otherworldly and alien
yeah,
and the scale of it.
definitely.
And I can't really think of anything else to compare it to. There's other great science fiction movies that have things like that, but yeah, it is the thing with Ridley Scott's photography which just doesn't seem to date. His filmmaking looks, it's like he's Stanley Kubrick. I mean, his stuff looks modern as shit. It's like how Seven
Yeah,
hasn't aged, like Alien hasn't aged at all, like visually. Like I think visually it holds up to modern movies. Um, and yeah, just those moments, above anything else. That whole part of the movie there, in particular, really elevates it in the whole genre because it's arguably the greatest like cosmic horror moment ever captured in any movie. Um, and maybe the most I've ever felt like I actually 100% believe something is in outer space and from another world. I think that's the only time I've ever really felt it is in that movie. While also sort of having like
yeah,
a Jaws
because it
thing where
takes
you're
them.
hanging out with this crew, and it's fun, and
Yeah,
they have to fight this thing, and it keeps, it's crazy.
yeah, because it takes the claustrophobia of just being stuck in space, but there's so many. Yeah, just the space jockey scene is a real grand moment that yeah just elevates that surrounding darkness, that fear of just being alone in space, but you're venturing into something, yeah, just otherworldly and something that only space in the far reaches can hold.
Well, now we know that
Um,
it's blue muscular guys inside of outfits, so that Ridley Scott likes to ruin his own stuff all the time. Um,
yeah,
Blade Runner also with that shit. So yeah, it's unfortunate because I mean, luckily you don't have to take it seriously, Prometheus. But yeah, that mystery that is so simple and yet so genius. It's I don't think anyone's really matched it, honestly.
yeah, and the android's engineered the alien.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think anyone's really matched the Alien One in that way since it came out.
No, and yeah, for a while it was Aliens as my favorite of the series, but having to develop the sensibility of how I view these movies, yeah, Aliens just a masterpiece in its own right.
Yeah, it's one of the
Um,
modern day classics of the last like 50, instead of thinking about the old movies, it's like one of those films that's really become like the mid late 20th century where you look back and you're like, "Oh, that's a classic."
yeah, and that's fine for anybody who were disappointed by Prometheus and Covenant. Yeah, I think it's fine. We don't have to look at those movies as part of the Alien franchise because essentially that franchise that they were planning for a while, it's not. I mean, it's hasn't gone anywhere, and looks like with Covenant's earnings in the box office, they're not going to take off with that prequel series at some point. But yeah, Alien. Uh, yeah, just terrific movie
Yeah,
for all the aspects.
in
Go
a
ahead.
class of its own.
Yeah,
That's all I can really say about it. It kind of speaks for itself. It's sort of in its own class. There's not really. I mean, you could compare it to other movies and say it's like, oh, it's a slasher film in space and all that, but it just goes. It's just better than those movies.
yeah,
It just is. Maybe 2001 you could put up there with it, but I like it a lot more than 2001 actually.
yeah. As John Landis best puts it, it's like blue collar space where 2001's more clinical white collar when it does reach those moments in like those scenes in the future after the Dawn of Man sequence. But yeah, and I want to applaud the actors. I mean, Sigourney Weaver, phenomenal, and we lost another one, unfortunately. Ian Holm is just great, calculating, and yeah, just uh, yeah, just
Well, it mixes
great.
my two favorite genres. My favorite genre is science fiction, although I don't think there's even 10 good science fiction movies that are truly great, and horror, and it's one of the only hybrid films, and it's great at both of them. So it's
Mhm.
special in that way. If you're a science fiction fan, you can love the movie, and if you like horror movies, you can love the movie.
And yeah, there is no weak link. Like I mean, I would lie to you if I say that 2001 was like the best film I've ever seen when I first saw it. Because no, I was pretty disappointed in 2001, but then it
Yeah.
just grew on me. But there are those moments in 2001 that kind of hold it back. Alien
Mm-hmm.
has no issues whatsoever. It's just like, yeah, you're going to be bored in the first half. It is a slow burn, but if you, patiently just like sit back and enjoy the ride, um, it really just takes you into it just takes you to a whole nother level once when the alien shit starts happening.
Yeah.
Now,
Also inspired Metroid, and Super Metroid's my favorite video game of all time. So
yeah,
big deal for me.
definitely. Now, my number one would have to be John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah, it's up there. I know it's hard not to make it a number one because it has a lot of the shit that's great about Alien, but it's also got this
Yeah,
sort of entertainment value that Alien doesn't have too. The characters and the tension and all that. There's just more to get from it in other ways too. Also, just probably the best practical effects like that in any movie ever. In body horror,
yeah,
it's like the ultimate body horror movie too.
yeah, Robert Teen's design and puppetry in those films, all the animatronics are the embodiment of everything nightmarish that you could ever imagine. Um, and yeah, John Carpenter's best film in my opinion. And
Mm-hmm.
some people have their other favorites, but it's just like um, in its own right, it's Carpenter at his most classiest as a filmmaker, and just the little details that you can identify in the thing. Uh, McCready is one of the best protagonists ever in film, and yeah, just it's just like it's yeah, it sucks that it didn't do so hot at the time because I think there's a lot of ambition, there's a lot of labor within the production, uh, special effects, um, camera camera staging, photography. Dean Cundy shot the film, incredible cinematographer still to this day. That has not warranted enough love and attention. And I think, well, today the thing is held by by a lot of people as like an all time classic. And I fear for what Blumhouse is going to do because I really don't want to see Hollywood try to tackle another film out of the thing.
Well, it's a perfect matching of so many things. The cast is all like 10 out of 10. It's John Carpenter at the height of his powers. It's his best looking movie. The score by Morricone. It's got his best cast. The premise, taking the premise from the book and the original, and then really extending it to where everyone's paranoid of each other, which is really the standout thing with the effects. It's just everyone being who is the thing. So it's all about
Yeah,
trust, which is
yeah,
incredibly relatable and human. I said that like Shatner and Wrath of God. Human. His soul was the most human. And yeah, just probably gets better every time I watch it. And it's just fun. If you love video games, if you love horror video games, if you like comic books, if you like, it's got all these aspects of all these things, in particular horror video games. I think it had a huge influence on. I can't think of any like horror video game I played with creatures in it that don't resemble the thing or have elements of this movie. And the hallways and stuff like that. I mean, it's a lot of things that are great about Alien, but Alien's a lot of shadows. It's a lot of a slow burn. The thing ain't a fucking slow burn, man. This movie's like out of the gate a fucking engaging experience. Like
yeah.
it doesn't feel
And,
slow. It's very well paced, and you honestly like hanging out with these guys before the shit even goes down. Like
yeah,
they're really entertaining characters.
I hang out with a bunch of frustrated dudes. No, I mean I can still make a good time with them. Um, yeah, and one of the things I could harken back to modern horror films that try to play with ambiguity, like Hereditary. I think Hereditary gets away with too much ambiguity, where there's not really like a defining story, really. But the thing, there is a defining story. There is a defining situation with characters that you're behind. And when it's ambiguous, uh, Carpenter does it very carefully, where he makes you think about things after you experience like the horror of what this alien can do, and uh, being engaged with the characters and fearing for their own lives, as one of them could be the alien, could be the thing, which is something I favor highly about the thing
I think that's what
as like
makes it
the
stand
horror films.
out. The monster too, that the assimilation. I think that's really what makes the movie stand out. Besides all the great filmmaking, it's just that, yeah, that not knowing who the thing is. You can get so much out of that premise. And this movie really explores the premise. It doesn't just play with it. It actually really goes into it and gets into these really heavy scenes. And then it fucks with you because you don't know who the fucking thing is. It's one of the times I've seen a movie where it's hard to guess where the beats are going to go. You really don't know. You can have in your head like, well, it's definitely that guy, but it's just you're completely being manipulated. I was first time I saw this like seriously, I was completely shocked every time the thing popped up.
Hmm. Yeah,
Like
and
it came out of nowhere every time.
yeah, and Carpenter's great especially with the blood test scene and the
Yeah.
defibrillator scene, like he puts you in this sense of security, but then it just all of a sudden like yeah, especially the defibrillator scene where fucking one shock of that thing and the thing just suddenly bursts out and you
Yeah.
weren't really like guessing who it was. You were just it just gives you the situation, but then it just like
Well,
throws you
you
into a
get
corner
into
that
you
you
get
didn't
into the
expect.
scene. You start watching as a scene, and you kind of forget about the thing part of it.
Yeah. And it's one of those movies where I have my own copy of the thing where I've seen like behind the scenes, but I want to see more of like I want to see more behind the scenes stuff. Perhaps like stuff that's never been shown before on the internet.
Yeah, one of my
Like
favorite commentary tracks is any of the ones with Kurt Russell and John Carpenter. They're just like bullshit the whole time. It's really fun. They talk about
yeah,
baseball. Well, also
yeah,
McGrady going up against the thing, that the thing is this abstract, horrifying fucking monster. It's easily like the scariest fucking monster in any movie. There's
hmm
nothing scarier than the thing. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a liar. Just the way it looks. I mean, the fucking scene in the dog cage alone. It's like, what's scarier in any movie than this fucking thing?
yeah,
And then it keeps turning into different things, so it doesn't have one form really.
yeah.
And
There's no true form. There's a lot of like mysticism with the thing because
yeah,
it's
eh,
absorbed so many life forms across the
yeah,
galaxy.
it's so horrifying, and that it just seems so fucking evil. I know it's just trying
Yeah,
to survive, but goddamn, it's just the fact that it never says anything or does anything, but it's clearly intelligent.
hmm
And that McCready's just the guy in the right place at the right time, and he's playing the chess game at the beginning, and that ties into the battle with the thing, and he doesn't like to lose. And then just, yeah,
yeah,
the great horror movie ending of endings, the great thriller ending of endings, just like what's going to happen next. It's one of those great movies that ends on the cut to black, not knowing without it being bullshit. It's, yeah, it's just all the. I mean, it's really hard to talk about because you just kind of praise everything. It's not like you can be like, well, this is what's good about the thing, and this. It's all just like fucking seamless.
hmm
Like even the
yeah. I think
names of the characters, I think are all perfect. I don't know how they like all the names are great. Where were you,
yeah, they
Charles?
stand out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. Everyone's name is great, and the costumes even everyone's dressed as perfect. And
hmm
it's one of those kinds of movies. Everything about it, because it has the classiness of The Exorcist and kind of the abstract and otherworldly natures of Alien, but it makes the best argument for John Carpenter, even though his other great movies. Spielberg has Jaws and Close Encounters and all that. John Carpenter has The Thing, and it must be
it's
considered.
yeah, and it's pure viscera at its finest.
Yeah, it's an overwhelming. No, there's scenes that are truly overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean the blood test scene, defibrillator.
Yeah, the defibrillator
It,
scene's fucking insane.
yeah, because it's just like
It's
it's an evolving, much like the creature. It's an evolving scene because yeah,
yeah,
this thing just bursts open. McCready gets the right idea to just burn it immediately, but then like the fucking head just comes off and forms legs and tries to scurry away around the corner. But it's insanity.
it's one thing I love about the movie. It's the thing I love so much is that it has these just like individual isolated scenes that have a beginning, a middle, and end that are just these great little like short moment, like almost shorts. The scenes have individual storylines and things that happen, and these scenes are all great, and you want to rewatch them over and over again every time you watch the movie. And when you watch it with someone who hasn't seen it, you're very excited for them to watch these scenes. Like you get hyped up. You're like, oh, I can't wait for you to get to this part. It's gonna fuck you up. Um, and it just, yeah, it just plays into my love, like once again for like video games. A lot of stuff that I love about I find is in this movie. A lot of stuff that I think it's been mimicked a lot. I think it's been copied, but I never think it's been replicated. I think
No pun intended.
yeah, I think people have tried to achieve things in this movie and elements of it, but I don't think it's funny that at the time it was considered kind of this trash, garbage, gross out barf bag movie. Roger Ebert had a very famous review about that, and really watching it, it's quite the opposite actually. That it's not this gross barf bag. It's actually this very intelligent, you know, masterful, beautiful movie that's a great work of art. It's not that film. It's just so good at executing those things about it that are scary, gross, that it overwhelmed people at the time. People weren't ready for this movie.
Yeah, yeah, I disagree with it. Any bad word that's given to this movie, it's just a masterpiece still to this day.
And honestly, I'm not even anti. I could totally get not being ready for this movie. Like, people gotta remember, 1982 was a totally different fucking time than the world we live in now.
Yeah.
So you go to see this movie in 1982 and you've never seen any shit like this before in a movie or anything. I mean, it probably was like just fucking disturbing. I can't, because we have a lot of context now. We've seen a lot of stuff like this in other things in video. I mean, it's not hard to see fucked up things and even, just access to more things now. I mean, back then they didn't make stuff like that, and especially have this kind of budget behind it. That it's not a low budget movie. That it's like it's like a $13 million movie, and it looks good. Has these top of line special effects. So I can get at the time. I don't get saying it's a bad movie, but I get at the time being like, what the fuck was that? Because it's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
really is.
I don't really know how they pulled it off. I mean, it just seems kind of insane to me. I don't know how it looks so real. It's just I've never seen a horror movie look so, even Alien and Exorcist have moments, where you're kind of like, well, I kind of can see the strings here or something like that. There's nothing like that in The Thing.
No, there really isn't. And even for some stuff that people might have pointed out, like, yeah, the little bit of stop motion used at the end.
Yeah, that's the only part. That one's rough.
I barely even noticed it because, I mean, yeah, of course you got the trying to blend in photography with Kurt Russell in the foreground, but yeah, that might stick out. But I've never had those. I never had those criticisms because
no, it doesn't.
You're just still, yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. You're still blown away.
I like stop motion too. I think stop motion is underrated.
It really, yeah, it's a really lost and underrated art because, yeah, I mean the best moments in Terminator are just when the skeleton bursts from the flames, and yeah, most of it's done in stop motion, but it gives like this very jerky movement that's very creepy and unsettling.
Honestly, the Jurassic Park footage I've seen of the stop motion dinosaurs before they went with CGI, I'm very impressed with.
Yeah,
I do think it's genuinely very scary. I actually think I think it would have been very effective. I get when they realized how good the CGI was been, they used a lot of the models they had from the stop motion. When I saw stop motion, I was very impressed. I was like, shit, that's fucking good. The T-Rex and all that and the Raptors look great.
Yeah, and they were clearly a reference for the CGI to take over.
Mm-hmm.
They based all of those scenes out of Phil Tippett's work.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, stop motion is a lost art. And
well, because you can imagine where it would be today, because how it was evolving even with Jurassic Park, like how 2D animation's lost in America and they don't make it, so you don't get to see the evolution of it. I think stop motion could look so fantastic in 2020.
Yeah, I agree.
These art forms that don't get an evolution, so we just have to accept that everything has to be in a computer instead of somebody else being a master of this other art form.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing it updated. All right, well, we've gone 4 hours, so I think it's good time.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying, dude. There's just so much to talk about. You could talk about The Thing. You could talk about Nightmare. You could talk about The Exorcist. Then we hardly talked about old classic horror movies from the 30s and 40s, and there's so many of those. Or the 60s. I mean, it's just insane. There's so many to talk about, but it's like, what are you going to talk for 10 hours?
I could probably turn this into a Mahler cast, but I don't have the willpower to.
Yeah, I can't EFAP for 10. I just feel like at a point we wouldn't be saying anything. I feel like we'd just be so tired. And usually they have like 5 guys talking. It's just 2 of us talking right now. We've both been talking for 4 hours. I mean, I had a lot of energy the first 90 minutes. Now I'm like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's just there's so much more I just want to talk about. Maybe we'll do some kind of follow-up thing going into October. Maybe we'll pick something with some specificity. We'll be like, hey, we'll talk about this thing. Maybe we'll talk about this like a subgenre of this decade of movies. But I had a lot of fun. That was really fun to talk about.
Yeah, same here. And yeah, I just made like an outline of things, and we've covered like 10% of my outline because I had like section where it's just in bullet points where we could just start from like the 70s of when horror like took shape and then onwards to the modern day. But yeah,
I mean, yeah, I was gonna go into more rants about modern horror movies, and I only really talked about It Follows because I'm like, God damn, there's so much to talk about. I guess I didn't really think out how much there is to talk about.
it's also like the Jordan Peele movies like Get Out and
Mm-hmm.
Us,
Yeah,
which I haven't seen Us, but I have seen Get Out, and I don't think that movie holds up well.
no.
Uh,
But thanks, man. Thanks for being on. I appreciate it. I hope we can do this again really soon. I'm hoping to do this. Trying to get a thing together with Terrible Lizard, you, Cordry, and me, and where we just we like make fun of some stuff on YouTube and sort of do the EFAP thing, where we get together and we like just drink some beers and bullshit with each other. But this was a good indicator of that. This was really fun.
yeah, I feel the same way, and yeah, thank you for taking the time to just connect with me on Discord. That way we could like just talk our
Hmm.
brains out about horror movies. And while we haven't really talked about everything, because of course there's like so much to cover, this was still a good gateway for me to connect with you and be a part of your show. And I know we probably had some people watching. We're down to like 20 viewers, and for a lot of people who are on the chat, whose chat comments have been read, I do apologize for not going over them. But we really do appreciate your guys' participation in the chat. This has been fun connecting with you, Pat, and with everybody here on the chat. And for myself, being part of the chat for so long, it's great to vocally be present in Please Rewind Live. And
The other
Corey's
side.
here too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would like to. Yeah, well, a lot of the conversations we have that are fun. I mean, like the Star Wars talk we had before this started was fucking great. But I'd like to do a James Cameron episode because we have great James Cameron conversations and all that stuff. So I'm thinking just some stuff like that. Maybe we could do next one like action movies or shit like that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Just jump to different genres because that's most of the conversations we end up having on Twitter a long time. Is we end up just talking about like one filmmaker's filmography for like fucking 2 hours.
yeah, yeah. James Cameron was one I had in mind, and yeah, from earlier this summer, Harry Potter. Perhaps if I get my Harry Potter groove on, if I'm in the mood to talk about it, would like to set up another
Yeah,
opportunity to do an episode and even talk about, in retrospect, how Endgame doesn't really hold up well.
I'd love to talk about that. Yeah, Endgame and how it doesn't hold up. But yeah, thank you guys for everyone who's listening to this. I hope you guys on rewatch can have your pause game figured out over this 4 hours because this is sort of split up in sections a little. It's a little erratic, but I think there's a consistent thing throughout this, and that consistent thing is passion. And that passion is a love for all things horror, but a thing for all love things movies. And I think the thing I took away from this is what horror really does is it gives us a sense of community with others, our friends,
Mhm.
someone you're going on a date with, because we all can relate to the joy we get from artificial fear, because real life can be so scary in a real way that it's fun to just enjoy it in a make-believe way, and it's fun to enjoy that with other people. So I had fun enjoying it with
Yeah.
all of you guys.
To Brian's question, Terminator 1, obviously.
Yeah, T1.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's it. See you for Please Rewind Live 8, whatever the fuck that's going to be. And thank you for watching.
Then, hope you have a good night and enjoy the party, man. Peace.
Oh, yeah, Deputy went to party, man. Listen, go inside, drink some 40s.